Before I call to order, folks, if you don't have a mask, please get one back so we can start.
I can't even hear you.
Please get a mask so we can start. If you don't have a mask.
We would like to get started, so that we're not here all night. So Mike's trying to talk to you, please. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I use my teacher voice.
Yes,
Sorry.
you did. I'm not a teacher, so I don't have that voice. But if before we get started, if you don't have a mask, if you could get one in the back so we can start the meeting, please. While we may be close, we're not quite there yet. Governor, as you must know, eliminated mask mandates for businesses today. And we're waiting for schools, and then we would be discussing that here. But until then, we still have to live with the mask mandate for the governor. Sorry. I know we're almost in the third year of this. Nobody likes it. I still see some faces that need masks. What I did last time is I took a 10-minute recess. We'll just do a 5 tonight because 10 seemed long. Then we came back to give people a chance to get a mask and put a mask on. If there's still people who can't find a mask or don't have a mask, we have an executive.
Is it that the state came out and said that masks are to be worn in public settings, or is it that they said that children are to wear them in the school districts?
Oh, it's still true for schools. So I'll come back and we'll do an executive session, and
Right.
then we'll come back
Is
again.
it business hour or school hour?
It's unfortunately it's all hours. I did ask that. It's all hours. I did ask that question too. So
Who did you check with? I'm curious. Who you checked
we
with?
still have a few, so I'm going to have a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back.
Who you check? Who did you check with? So there's no answer?
Mark, you want to stay?
So it's probably better to congregate in a smaller room, right?
We wear a mask.
Go on down, just the parents of the kids that come here. You know, the ones that you're denying access to the building.
The voting taxpayer can put you where you are.
Yeah, you're our employees.
We don't matter.
Okay, clearly we're back. I still see that some folks don't have masks. Give a couple minutes if you want to get masks. Hey, folks, really would like to hear from you, but we have to keep to our rules. So we're going to go in executive session now. But when we come back, and if people are not masked, then I'm going to adjourn it, and we'll be done for the night. And then you can check the website for what we'll be able to have our next meeting. We need a motion to go in executive session. Second.
Fascism. Absolute fascism. No, it's no longer an option. We are the parents. You work for us. From tonight forward, you will go home and school will remember this night.
Public settings, we are not in a school setting. You do not have to wear a school mask.
No more masks.
We're not doing it.
You can't punish everyone.
That's right. Take your mask off.
Anybody else want to speak now?
I'm just going live for us.
I got you.
So we're going live because our board members, oh, I gotta turn it around, are in there in a cubby hole next to each other because they can't hear us speak for our children. So hopefully I can say this while they're here, because I'd like to point something out. Before I begin, I'd like to ask every parent who anticipates running for the board, just please stand up.
Raise your hands. If you're willing to run for the board, replace their seats.
If anybody is ready to run for the board and not do that and speak for our children, please stand up now. I am one of them. Before you are a group of parents who are standing up, and there are more because they just aren't here tonight, that are ready to take our school back. They're ready to take on the job that you are failing to do immensely. You have chosen in there to follow politics and not science at the expense of the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of our children. The facts and studies have been readily available that prove that masking children do more harm than good. Yet they state that they are merely following the guidance of science and CDC and everybody else. But Tuesday, January 25th, via recorded instances from students in this school proved otherwise. After the New York State Supreme Court ruling, they sent out misleading false emails and denied our children the constitutional rights. The Coxsackie School District and the New York State Board of Education do not supersede the New York State Supreme Court. And they were masking our children unlawfully, but don't worry, because that's being handled. Believe me, it is. Despite growing incidences of suicide throughout COVID, I see no sense of urgency in this school to address this, but rather encouraging to enhance and encourage and keeping our children in a state of fear. The mental abuse that is taking place within these walls by members of our staff is a disgrace. They are being put on notice of intent to hold this district fully responsible .
parents, no one. Suicide. I live it. I looked at the policy, it's dated from 2015. Policy also has the Coxsackie-Athens School District, but it also has a school from California. The schools from California's policy put it and paste it on the school board from 2015, COVID started in 2019. Quite nervous. That's all, it's just, you don't even proofread your policy.
Very irresponsible.
This teacher, my child came back, the teacher said, stop it. I said, did you go to the principal's office? Did not, correct. Did the people go to the principal's office, nothing? No, the teacher just told them to stop it. What were they showing? Boy parts. How is that possible that on a school issue device, I'm speaking, how
But-
can they
But
see?
we're trying to have a meeting.
Okay.
I hear that. If you could just write to us or give us.
How
Okay.
convenient.
Oh, we're gonna have to,
Why wasn't I put on the agenda? My name is Sharon McHugh. My name is not on here.
I don't know that, so. we are
No,
gonna-
okay.
We're gonna-
How convenient. How convenient.
If you put your name on a list, we should speak.
Okay, we're gonna
Put your name on the
adjourn.
list at the door. Do not let these people silence you.
Can I just say this?
Adjourn the
My
meeting.
name is Kristen Pedelfin. I'm fighting with most of you. I asked most of you to come here. I appreciate you not wanting to put your mask on. I have so many things I want to share. For the senior who is in the same place we all are, I don't want this mask on. I don't want my kids with masks on. I'm begging you for the opportunity to let my words be heard. Please. I stand with you. I support you. Unmask our kids. Just please allow us the opportunity to just say, okay, they're so, but I will CC quite a number of acronyms along with it. So thank you. I'll excuse myself that. I thank you so much.
You want us in muscles, we're in muscles now.
Thank you.
I'll give you another minute. There's still people without masks. I hear what you say, Kristen, and I know you want to speak, so we do want to. We're also on, it is on the agenda that we're writing a letter to the governor to ask for a path out of this mask too from us. So we do want that to happen. But it is what it is. We have to follow her.
Fine, what else? I want to follow it, Brendan. Your state Supreme Court said that they didn't have merit. When did you follow it? Because you made kids put it on unlawfully.
This is not a discussion.
Yes, it is.
That should be a discussion.
Maybe it should be.
It's
For
time
once.
to listen to the people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have people here that are supporting us. And I stand with Kristen in this. I'm gonna ask that we have some compromise here. While we're sitting in this chair, while we're sitting in close proximity so that we stay within accordance to whatever they think the guidance is, we wear our masks. But they have to give a little, and they have to allow us to remove our masks when we speak at this podium, because we are socially distanced more than 6 feet. That is only fair, and I encourage the members of this board that agree to support us in that and nod and say yes, because that is the right thing to do. And we will go ahead and you can continue your meeting.
I think we've done that.
Thank you. All right, so we can stand at this podium without our masks.
Yeah, easier to hear.
Okay, but we need to get these words out, absolutely, and she's absolutely right. This isn't them stealing the win, okay? This is us winning for our children, all right?
That's why we're all here.
Yeah.
It is.
Us, man.
We don't, nobody gets paid. Well, thank you. Believe me, I know this is not what any of us want. Who thought 2 years ago we'd be going into the third year of this?
We
So
thought 2 years you
Don't-
still not over our kids.
don't want this to happen either. Anyway,
Don't worry there.
but we have to be orderly, so we're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America. And one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty.
We're going to have a presentation on technology and business curriculum. Is that ready?
Right. What?
We have the clicker.
Yeah, right on the-
Oh, cool. All right, my name is Kyle Crawford. I am the CTE department leader. This is the CTE bunch. Some of us are not present for several reasons, but with me tonight is Andrew Wager, 7th and 8th grade technology education, and Suzanne Tajbash, middle school and high school facts. And then not present tonight is going to be Kathleen Fuller, high school business, Jeremy Yanofsky, new media, and Rocco Pietrafeza, high school technology education. So first up is Suzanne. So
Thank you.
clicker's ready to go.
Okay, I need you to click for me.
Oh, I can click for you. Absolutely.
Hi, everyone. So the first column here has the current, in the left column are the courses that are currently taught. Facts, of course, is formerly known as Home and Careers, and then before that was Home Ec. But we certainly do so much more than sewing and cooking. And so in the left column are the current courses offered. 7th grade is a traditional facts class. 8th grade is the high school career exploration class where students are earning high school credit before actually exiting middle school. And then the high school courses offered are foods and nutrition, regional and international foods, parenting and child development, and high school independent living, how to be an adult kind of a class. The column that I actually find more interesting is the right-hand column. These are classes that fall into the facts curriculum by New York State Ed. Should our program ever have the opportunity to expand at the high school level, we'd be able to offer so many different options. And I won't bother to read them for you, but I think with extra choices, there's a lot of positives that come with that, offering students different choices and electives. On the other side of that situation is whether or not our student population has an interest in additional courses, or whether we have the quantity of students that would be able to support adding additional courses. In addition to your facts teacher, I'm also the district's K through 12 life readiness coordinator. We had a great opportunity today to work with our 4th graders, both here at Coxsackie Elementary as well as E.J. Arthur, on the topic of financial readiness and career readiness. We really enjoyed the opportunity, so thank you very much, principals of the elementary schools. Hopefully it was readily received and the children liked it. But it's working closely with Kathleen Fuller and David Carlson, who are the career readiness ambassadors for the school district. Very much enjoying the opportunity. Thank you very much.
So like I said, Kathleen is not with us tonight, but I will be speaking on her behalf. The current courses she teaches, college accounting, which is full year dual enrollment course with Columbia Green. She teaches AC 101, AC 102, which are used for a math commencement requirement, college business math, and computer essentials. She also teaches the entrepreneurship program, which is a pretty new, exciting program that we have, social media marketing, and then 8th grade high school career exploration. Some proposed courses that she has in mind would be business communications and marketing, business fundamentals, cybersecurity, and introduction to business and finance. And this is a really great picture that she put on there. We had an electives fair just a couple weeks ago where all of the electives teachers set up a booth outside in the hallways. And we tried to gather up some attention from our student body to sign up for our elective courses. She had a really beautiful display. She is also the co-career readiness coordinator, as Suzanne spoke about previously. And I think they're doing a great job with that so far. Again, tonight, Jeremy Yanofsky is not with us as well. He's new this year to the district. He's our new media teacher in the high school. He's teaching audio production, video production, digital media, collaborative design with Minecraft, and game design essentials. Some of the stuff that his students are putting together is pretty amazing. And their classrooms, Kathleen and Jeremy's are being renovated currently as well. Again, not with us tonight. We are a pretty big department for the elective side, but Rocco is not with us tonight, but he is currently teaching AP Computer Science courses, AP Science, Computer Science Principles and Applications, Intro to Engineering. Those are like his staple classes that he's been teaching, but this year he brought on a woodshop class, strictly woodshop class, and it's taken off like wildfire, no pun intended. Shock on. He's doing an amazing job with it though, so I'm giving a ton of props to Rocco on that. Courses that he's going to be teaching coming up are going to be theater design and construction. He's been working with the theater department on building the set for all the musicals. If you go to the new one, Into the Woods, I think you're going to be surprised at what he and the kids put together. And then we want to expand on the woodworking side of things. We did in our department have that renovation that happened about 4 years ago already now. And Rocco's really putting the wood shop to the test with all the stuff that he and his students are building. These are some of the beautiful woodworking pieces that they've been working on. Gorgeous stuff. Andrew, you can take over.
Thank you. So I'm the middle school tech teacher, so I work with 7th and 8th graders. And when I get to 7th graders, they have no real lab experience yet. So my goal is to get them in the lab, get them working, get them comfortable with different tools that you see here in our shop setup, and just get them crafting in different ways. From there, we learn a little bit about product design and the design process. We get into some electricity and electronics. We also get into some manufacturing, and we set up a manufacturing line, and we learn a little bit about lean manufacturing, and we get a whole class of kids that are producing a product. And lately, it's been these folding stools. Now, in 8th grade, we pretty much explored the various fields of technology, all through a focus on design. We create our own solutions to real world problems. Again, focusing heavily on the design process. We get into 3D modeling through CAD or computer aided drawing. We get into producing the products that we're designing using our lab space. We learn a little bit about computer science, engineering concepts, and our goal here is to encourage students to pursue STEM careers and also to further their learning in high school with the rest of our department.
And I'll wrap it up with some of my stuff. So I teach the advanced manufacturing CTE pathway in the high school with like a focus particularly on computer aided design, CNC and manual machining, welding, woodworking, and all around metal and wood processing. The courses that I teach are DDP, which is design and drawing for production, satisfies the high school fine art credit. And we also have an articulation with Hudson Valley for their blueprint reading class. So if our students take DDP, they go to Hudson Valley for their advanced manufacturing program, they'll get that college credit. I also teach power and energy, which is an electricity and renewable energy course. manufacturing processes, which is our manual machining course. We do welding, casting in that class as well. And it's a third unit of math credit. So it counts as a student's third unit of math, which has actually saved some students from not being able to graduate. So I really enjoy that class. And then kind of the capstone course for the CTE pathway is the computer-aided manufacturing class, which is our CNC machining course. And at the end of that course, the kids can take a certification exam to be a CNC operator. I do teach an elective course, motorsport technology, that comes from my passion of motorsport racing. I'll show you some pictures from that in a little bit here. These are some photos from the shop space. Again, we had that wonderful renovation. So if you haven't been down to see some of the shop space, please come down at some point and take a peek. But we've got our CNC machining space, manual machining, our display case with all the student projects. I did bring a show and tell. Oh, look at you. I did bring show and tell. Because a lot of the stuff that we make is kind of too small to see in pictures. So Canon that the kids make in freshman year and then in 10th grade, and then they graduate up to a fully machined working compressed air engine. And then by this time they are in our CNC machining course, they're making products like a connecting rod for a small engine or just a series of parts that I get from an online curriculum. So some kind of cool stuff. This video I'm not going to play to save on time. We've already used up a lot of that, so we'll move on from that. But this is a video from a YouTube channel, fairly popular YouTube channel, and Coxsackie-Athens is in that YouTube channel. We machined a part for a robot that a YouTube channel is making. They're kind of in the finishing process of it right now. And just as a fun thing there, the motorsport class that I teach, we built a 8th mile dirt track on school property. Thank you, Mr. Squire, for allowing that to happen. And we build a go-kart every year, and we go out there and we race it for time. This year, we're building 2, making some serious improvements on performance. And we are going to be racing Greenville. They're currently building one as well. So 2 schools are going to go head to head. So we'll see how it goes. Our kids are better
Do you
though.
have a date for that yet?
What's that?
Do you have a date set for that?
No, we both schools got to finish, and the snow's got to go away. So, yeah. And then the last thing I'll leave it off on. I did partner up with Linda Soldner just a couple weeks ago. She teaches a applied math class. She brought her kids down, and I showed them some applied math in the shop. So that was pretty fun. And that's all we've got. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions, Laura?
Yeah.
All great stuff. I like it. It's all project-based learning, and that's kind of the direction the board and schools headed in. Can you describe any alliances you have with any local manufacturing that your students currently have with any local manufacturers?
Absolutely. We've got a great partnership with Ducommon. I've sent some kids over there. They are currently employed by Ducommon. Actually, a case study that they're doing right now. One of our students, he hasn't even graduated yet, but he did turn 18. So he's working there now full time while going to school. So we've got a pretty good partnership with Ducommon. I've taught a night class for them here at the school for their new employees. So we've been working on that. We just recently went there before the winter. We walked over there with about 35 students and took a tour of their facility on manufacturing day. We've partnered with Saturn Industries in Hudson. We've toured there in the past. The Briotti family with Innovative Test Solutions, Innovative Machining, gone and seen their facilities. And one of the sales reps that we got our CNC machines through, he's been in contact with some local companies up in Albany that want us to come visit.
Nice job. Second question, since we're moving into budget season, can you highlight any resources that you need to implement some of these other programs that you highlighted tonight?
Yeah, I think one for sure is in making sure that Kathleen Fuller's entrepreneurship class really has what they need. We've been kind of fighting back and forth trying to get all the supplies that she needs. She needs 3D printer, a regular big plotter printer, and that's been a little bit of a struggle to get that. And then I think between Rocco and I discussing things with, say, his woodshop class, things are not cheap. our budget is good in our department, but I think with the rate of inflation going up, we're noticing that in the shop that things are a little bit more expensive this year than they've been in the past. And if we're continuing to expand, we're going to need more anyway. But those couple things, I think are what we would need to support the program moving forward.
I'll just highlight that the Coxsackie-Athens Educational Foundation is available.
Yes.
If you want to do some small grant.
Yeah.
Grant money, submit an application.
Yeah, actually, we still have some equipment that we got from the Cafe Foundation. Andrew Wager's still using it. I was using it in the high school, and now we passed it down to him. So they've been a big help in the past, for sure.
Those applications in.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hobart.
This is something to throw out there, and I agree with Mr. Wallace. And I think it's a great thing that you have opportunity to go to these community colleges. However, the key word there, budget, for every student that goes to a SUNY school or a community school outside of their district, there's a chargeback that comes back to the county. So I did, encourage you guys to reach out, and I'm going to bring this back to the board at Columbia Green to see if you can't afford some of these programs to the students here, instead of going to Hudson Valley, having a chargeback and taking your tax dollars and passing them outside to another school when you have something right across the river that's, right here for you. It's the only recommendation I have. Thank you.
I meant to do this earlier. Got distracted, but I do want to have a moment of silence for Mrs. Deborah Tater, who was in her 20th year here as social studies teacher and passed away on Monday night. Thank you. These losses like this put things in perspective sometimes unexpectedly. I did want to thank too that when Dr. Mercer spoke on Tuesday morning to talk to the children about the loss. I want to thank you for that moving tribute to Mrs. Tater. And I want to thank, at least publicly, that we had asked for some support for us and the Greenville Central Schools, Catskill Central Schools, Carroll Durham Central Schools, and Quest are all sent counselors to be support for us here. And our counselors here did a superb job of trying to help people get through the day and the week and the staff too. I got a chance to come over and talk to a lot of the staff, and they all had ringing tributes to Mrs. Tater. She was very loved by them all and by the kids, and the kids already are talking about how they can remember her. So just want to acknowledge that. And MCAT, oh, the mobile crisis for the Green, is it Columbia Green or Green County? Also. And I think maybe Katie, did you organize that too?
The joint effort.
Joint, okay. But certainly our people, Kara, okay, so Joy Smith, Sharon Schultz, Dawn Essex, and
Yeah.
who on, but
Our counselors were amazing.
they were
Yeah.
really, really good. Okay, you have some stuff here, Mr. Squire?
Just recall from previous meeting, Ms. Dyer and myself, we met with Mr. Pickett after the last meeting, just discussed what his topics were and concerns, so an hour and discussing those topics. At your desk, and you've seen this before, is a draft letter from the board to the governor and also the commissioner of the Department of Health in regards to generically call out COVID protocols. So put that out there. The board wants to say yes, let's send this. We'll put it on letterhead, get it out tomorrow. In that regard, this follows up. I sent a letter out last week. All superintendents in our region sent out a letter this week. The same thing. You know, they got to give us a way out of here sooner than later.
You can give us a way out of here.
So, the letter's in front. I don't know if it's good. I mean, obviously, if there's typos or something, let us know. In that regard, if there's anything else you'd like to add or change, get it out. You know, have a resolution just to have it sent. You could too.
There's a motion to accept and send the letter.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So- Okay.
Not about the letter, about
So-
Mr. Pickett.
So carried.
Randy, can you follow up with the board summary of what you and Mr. Pickett talked about and what conclusions you may have come to, just so we're all in the loop on that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, this list of questions, one by one.
Great. If you could send that along, that'd be
Yep.
great. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Starr. I'm a homeboy again, sorry to be flying your own with me. If you Google ARPESSER, that's your American emergency funding. And within that, what you're saying, the commissioner for the Department of Health, and who's not elected, they're appointed by the gubernatorial person. Within that emergency funding, if the Department of Education in New York State, more or less it's a pipeline for the funding for this alleged pandemic, which they're trying to put it in as an infectious disease. If you guys voted to take any of this money from them, you may want to look into that. Because from what I'm comprehending as you read this thing, the ESSER part has to deal with the schools, the elementary schools, so on forth. Every 6 months, they're looking to have the schools in compliance in order to receive this funding. So I hope you make that clear in this letter that you're proposing to put there, and you read through this thing to make sure you have everybody's ears and what you're looking to do to say no to that money. Just saying, don't fall for the
Yeah,
Would that be the 3.8 billion that Coxsackie-Athens
No,
was aligned for COVID? You put a $3,000 price tag on my child's head.
Maybe we.
Mine too. It's
Do you know that if another, if she sold my child for $3,000, she'd be in jail?
We gotta stay on the budget. Stay on the agenda. I guess, yeah, maybe we can touch
Randy,
base.
I really thought it would have taken more than 3.8 million for you to sell out.
All right, we gotta move on.
And you know why the enrollment in
Move
this
on.
county is down for schools? I'm a real estate agent locally, and the first thing that I tell families looking to buy a house from me is that the administration for Coxsackie-Athens is absolutely horrendous.
Okay, we have to continue with our agenda.
Education is important to them.
We
This is not the town to move into.
to have our meeting, we have to be able to have our meeting, so I don't want
This
to.
is your meeting.
No, I don't.
Right here is your
no, This
meeting.
is the meeting, so I don't want to
This is your
get
meeting. Listen to the
distracted.
parents. A mother was here to
There's a-
talk about her child
There's a
looking up.
public input section in the meeting
Suicide.
later on. So.
And you kicked her out. You kicked her out. Talking about suicide. And you kicked that woman out.
I was on your school issue.
That is on your time.
Well,
And
that-
pornography.
On your
On
school
your
issue,
school
Saturday.
iPad.
If we're
I'm
not
gonna be
able to-
quiet so you can go on and you won't go into your room. And you kicked that woman out.
Well,
You might just wanna
if
finish
we're
this
not
up
able
so
to
parents can
continue
see.
without, there's a public input time and then
Yes, keep
there's
going with your public
the
input.
agenda.
Keep going until your public input. That's what we're
Well,
all
we
here
need to
for.
be able to do that.
Oh, you put the matters that are important.
And your mask is an answer.
It isn't.
I really don't want to have, this isn't about us and you against you.
No. a
We
woman
have
left
to
with her
follow
child
the
looking up
governor's
suicide.
mandate. I spoke to the attorney today. I said, can the board not follow the governor's mandate on masks? If you were here last fall, you would have heard, but the issue with that would be that we could, the district can be fined. The district can be fined.
Why you don't get the money.
The district can be fined $1,000 a day for not, for
You have
going
enough money to
against
pay
the.
that for 2 years straight.
Then
Go for it.
we also might not be carried by our insurance company because they would see us as a
We'll go after
liability.
those, don't worry.
So basically,
We'll go after those.
basically, all the parents had to do to avoid the last 3 years was to pay you guys $3,000 for each of our kids, and we wouldn't be in this situation.
I would have gladly done that.
I got my tax
And-
return coming, I can give you that check.
No, and if we were to vote to go against the mandate, then we can be removed. So it's,
Should be.
well, then that would be what would happen. So it's not something we can do. It's a mandate from the governor.
Should be.
It's a mandate from an unelected official who happens to fall into the position.
That can't.
Well, that was from our attorney today, so
That's like comparing Randy to a real
I'm
superintendent.
gonna have to move on.
Thanks for
Try the
being
Innovation
kind.
Committee, Bart.
Yes, thanks, Michael. Innovation Committee met on Monday, met for 2 hours, between 6 and 8. This was a community task force that got together. We had 28 attendees there this Monday night for the purposes of discussing any inequities in education in either both our elementary schools and or our middle school. We looked at enrollments and we looked at looking at new educational opportunities for those students. We broke up in small groups for about an hour. We came back, had more discussion and looking for creative ideas to talk about at our next meeting, which is, I believe, on the 28th of February. On the topic, one of the main topics coming back to the group, a lot of members were wanting to look at moving 5th grade back into the elementary schools. So that's on the list of things to talk about a little bit more. But a lot of the group also wanted information, financial data, transportation data as well. So the administration is going to provide that at our next meeting, and we'll need to follow up after that.
Okay. Thank you, Bart. Updates.
So at your table, you should have draft calendar for next school year. Okay. Well, fairly similar to this year. Scheme things.
My only questions were, I saw somewhere, I don't remember where. The remote meeting that we have. That you put scheduled in here, are those gonna be like full day? Half day? Like,
I think it depends on the level. We kind of follow our remote-based schedules that we have in place unless we tweak them over the summer. So correct me if I'm wrong, at the secondary level, they kind of go through their schedule in the morning, and then the afternoon or office hours. The elementary is a little more spread out specials. So it's the same schedule that we're having in place now. We had to go remote.
Yeah, no, that, I know
And
that.
that's an assumption we can still do remote days next school year, because that has to be, at least once math annually, okay.
Yeah, but then I have a question about the remote days too. Why would we do that? Like, what would be the purpose of doing remote days? Because if we're looking, moving forward and away from this pandemic and potentially, hopefully getting rid of masks and what have you, and the restrictions are eased up, why would we go to remote? Like, why? I mean, if it's a snow day, I suppose if we don't have any built in, but what is the purpose? Because it basically reduces the amount of instructional time, at least from my perspective. Like my child, when he was remote on a couple of days, instead of a full day of classes, he had 20 minutes of each of his classes in the morning. And I mean, that was that. And sometimes it's not the most effective way for kids to learn. So if we're hoping to move away from this pandemic, I don't understand why we would do remote days. I mean, if there's an educational reason that you would like us to explore, fine, but I don't.
It's dollars. It's dollars, so the kids.
I just know
can
like
mark that they're present
when
in
you have
class,
those,
and you guys still get your money.
With no water in the building, might I add?
When we try to do them for the holidays, it makes it sometimes more difficult for
Because of that.
families to,
You know.
Fine, it's fine. Babysitting.
yes, sorry, I'm trying to, it's very difficult tonight. We're trying to expect parents, or like, I understand what you're saying, like, we have, like, I know with Abby, when she was doing remote, it would be a whole day of remote, we would have like the specials in there and such like that, but it's very difficult to try to figure that out, especially when it is so close to the holidays or a weekend where they have an extended, because they're so excited. Like I looked at the Christmas one and I was like, my kid is gonna do absolutely nothing that day, because she's just gonna be like, oh, Christmas this and that was my concern. It wasn't that, like, I just know her brain as an elementary, she's thinking about all those other things, and I know the other kids are too.
I'm not married to him.
Yeah.
It was just.
I know. Do we normally have like, not COVID, we had normal school days, like before Thanksgiving, or did we have like half days?
Well, it's not
Or
on the year, you know.
no, okay. That's all I didn't know if, like, the goal was so we didn't run the buses, but they had a half day remote, or, okay.
When does the calendar have to be approved by?
Really don't need approval till June.
Okay.
I can come back next month and I can take, for my take purple days out. You know, I'm just.
I just that's a long time for a school tablet for an elementary kid to be home, because they don't usually take them home. Over break. So.
Okay, good one.
So if we got rid of the remote days, would the Wednesday before Thanksgiving become a holiday, or would that become a school day? Just to look into it and ask me to answer that right now.
Yeah, because we
So
still
the remote
need to,
days would be school days.
we still need to get to the number, so they couldn't
Must
have
be a half
all.
day. I don't work. Excited about half. All right.
Thank you.
Also appreciate.
So February in Coxsackie-Athens is Board of Education and Administrators Appreciation Month. Each month we have an appreciation month for a different group. Previous months we've done our custodial unit, age assistants, et cetera. We have some other ones to do as the year progresses. So again, just start with the school board, volunteers to be here to help the governance team of the school district, to establish the policies and the long-term direction of the school. That's the role if you've all taken it and you've done a great job in that regard. So, of course, nobody's signed up the last couple of years of what's been going on, not just here, but across the country, across the world for that matter. You know, being kind of put into the bullseye of a lot of things nobody asked for in our schools. So extend my appreciation to the board for everything you're doing, your council and et cetera, and try to provide the direction and providing 9 different voices, if you will, and ideas on topics as we go forward, but then coming together and again, center down that idea that, you know, what's best for kids. That's what we're going to work towards here at CA. So got you something there at your table. So thank you on behalf of everybody in the district for your volunteers and for being appreciated. The administrative team as well. Again, they put it into operation for that. You know, they're here to make sure everybody is safe, everybody has what they need to be successful. It's a lot of work. Again, there was no pandemic class 101 when we went to get our administrative certifications, et cetera. So we've all been learning as we go. I would put our district up against any district in how we've handled the pandemic the last 2 years. We've been in person since day one, every day, for those who want to be here. And that's something that most districts did not do last year. But they finally caught up to us this year. Like the administrative team is they're here for the kids, they're here for the employees, make sure that they have what they need to support our kids. It's a difficult job, oftentimes being put in the middle of situations. I think they handle it with grace, and they always make sure that the students they're working with or the staff they're working with keep their dignity and feel respected when things are done. Again, the school wouldn't run without them. Assuming we wouldn't run as well as the school district that we are here at CA. We're recognized nationally for the things we're doing in a variety of areas, academically and extracurricular as well. So it's certainly be something to be proud of here at CA. So again, thank you to the board, thank you to the administration on behalf of everybody here in February. Appreciate it. Next topic, 2030 destination. And this was going to be last week. We canceled it because of the weather. I just wanted to briefly, it's at your desk. Yeah. At a time. Yeah, you got a time. So, we've been working on it for a couple of years. The Innovation Committee met before the pandemic, Bart remembers, Mike on that committee, and put together where are we going to be in 10 years from now. Right? And here are kind of put into this timeline a little bit when those things may start to be either started, implemented, discussed, etc.
I'd like to hear how you're gonna.
You gotta let us continue, please. Gotta let us continue.
Yeah.
I can't hear him.
Thank you.
We can't hear. It is true.
So the possibilities,
Right.
those things we're working on, you know, that we'll be working on for the next decade, if you will, for that. We did address the, we asked the teacher leaders if they, what should be our next step? What, you know, all those, what could we do by 2030? What should be the next steps there? And share this deck with you. For the first possibility, as far as becoming a community school, the teacher leaders, the idea of early childhood learning, pre-K, to be an example of that. So that was kind of their top priority. Moving forward, you can see the other ones as well, as far as being a community school. The second possibility, a place where space and time are flexible. Students use a variety of technology tools. Teacher leaders are looking at the grade configurations and how we do our grades and how we do our school day, things like that. Was their top do it now for that. The third possibility All students developing a partnership in building those, kind of goes to a part, the questions you're asking, partnerships and experiences with either local, regional, or international partners. Almost half our teacher leaders, again, saw this as an opportunity to really focus in on helping our students build confidence in themselves, become strong advocates for themselves and others as well. So we'll continue to look at that. And also to demonstrate readiness for life and careers, which we are tracking to our readiness indicators. Finally, the last and fourth possibility is to help our kids develop and become effective communicators, collaborators, critical thinkers, creative thinkers, and being self-directed. We report out to our parents each marking period on the report cards as well. And 62% of our teacher leaders thought, within that realm of things, we want to continue to work and help our kids build those social emotional skills, how to persevere, how to persist as they go forward, and also become a confident presenter and assume ownership of their learning, the ones they chose there. So if you recall, we went through this as a board a couple of months ago as well. And what the board had come up with and what the teacher leaders come up with, each of your top twos, at least one of them matched. So that's good with that. So that's kind of the work that we'll be engaged in. The next do it nows, if you will. It doesn't mean the other ones won't be happening. It just means we might spend a little more effort and focus on certain ones right now. The ultimate goal is to make these four big possibilities a reality by the end of the decade, and to improve our schools and begin to be a place, destination for people to send their kids to. Any other questions on that? Finally, a budget update, just from Albany, as you know, and Ryan will get to it in his report. The governor released their state aid proposal for schools for the upcoming school year. And so he'll get into that and into those details in a minute. There's really not a lot this year in the state budget dealing directly with schools. It's non-monetary. There's no major things that are going on as far as legislation in that regard. That can be good and bad because it means no leverage to try to receive more state aid from the state in that regard. So we'll have to wait and see. The advocating has begun to increase the amount of state aid that the CA is getting. Ryan, I'll let you know, we got the governor's proposal, the 3% increase in state aid, which is the minimum that every school got for that. There's a couple factors. So in there, so we'll see what happens. The state's supposed to adopt their budget by April 1st. And so we'll have a clear number of what our state aid number is. But also the tax cap, Ryan will go over that in a minute too, what our potential tax cap is. And he'll let you know that number. So you will at least know what your revenue parameters are for the next school year. And then next month, certainly into April, we'll get into more of the nitty-gritty of the budget.
So we have set our dates for our summer program. It's going to be July 5th through August 4th. We did put proposals out to teachers to encourage them to come up with some new ideas for summer school programming as well, but we are planning on offering the pre-kindergarten now through 6th grade support for the students who are considered at risk and need a little bit of extra help over the summer to keep from regressing. We started our pre-K program. It's off to a very good start. We are currently in the midst of registration for pre-K for next year. So we're highly encouraging parents to get their packets in so that we can see what we need to do with that. So Randy just put an announcement on the Facebook page to let parents know that they should submit their packets as soon as possible. And then it'll be a first come, first serve in terms of if we have to do a lottery. We do have 56 spaces for next year because we have the 2 classrooms that are Coxsackie-Athens staff run, plus an integrated classroom from our community business partner, which is Circle of Friends. So we do have a good number of spaces, so we're hopeful we don't have to wait list anybody, but we highly encourage people to get their packets in as soon as possible. The next thing we're asking is to create 2 licensed teaching positions, teaching assistant positions, excuse me. This would be to provide teachers some extra in-class support for some of the RTI needs that we're starting to find this year. So when they're doing their intervention blocks, we'd like to be able to give them an extra set of hands to help them out. And then the last thing for me, I think you all got to see a draft of our state audit from mental health. That's just a draft, it's still embargoed, so we can't discuss it publicly. But we will discuss it in the future. We've had a chance to take a look at that. There was nothing surprising in that draft.
Not surprising, you just had a parent telling you that her child's been looking up suicide.
You have to let us continue with the meeting so we can get to the public input. Thank you.
We let you speak.
Well, that's our meeting.
I'm speaking for
Oh, that's right.
But we want to hear them now. We let you speak and we listen to you. Now, I'm here to listen here, okay? Just same consideration.
Just to explain, since people don't actually pay attention when I'm speaking, that report had to do specifically with a training that we had to give. It is not an audit of our mental health providing for students. So once that is unembargoed, we will go over what the results of that were, and then we'll make a corrective action plan for that particular training, again, for staff.
Carrie, just going back to the pre-K again, how many slots are available? Do we know what we're looking at?
For next year,
Yes.
56.
And if we have over and above that, we're gonna go to a lottery system?
We have decided that we can do a wait list based on when they get their packets in. So rather than doing the lottery,
Be first come, first served.
first come, first served. Yes.
Thank you.
And is that 2 classrooms or 3?
That is 3 classrooms, 2 of which are run by our staff, and then 1 of which we had to have the community business partnership. So 1 will be run by Circle Friends. That will be the integrated classroom. So they'll be the providers of the special education services.
Does that follow the same, like, it has to be less than half, like, more than half the class has to be taken?
Correct, yes. So the county provides the funding for any special education students, so they'll provide the funding for half of that, and then the grant will provide the funding for the other half of the regular education students in the class.
Are you looking at doing the free kindergarten? You said that went well. Are we looking at the kindergarten kids come in for like kindergarten camp?
In summer
or
school?
What was it called?
Yes, right, kinder camp.
Yes, that was the name. I
Yes,
couldn't.
yes, that is part of the plan for summer school.
Okay, because I heard a lot of parents like that, so I don't, okay.
I think it's a great opportunity for the kids to see the building a little bit before they are fully immersed in kindergarten, if they haven't been part of pre-K.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Palmer.
All right, so off the state controller, we did a financial stress report. We scored a 0, which is good, not a bad thing. To show that we have no designation on the fiscal stress. So I just wanted to share that with you for interpretation purposes. The next thing I had is we got a bill from South Colony Central Schools for our health and welfare services for students attending Christian Brothers Academy within the district. So that will need approval for that to go through. Mr. Squire pointed out our state aid runs did come in. We got $7,465,551 in foundation aid. I'll go over that a little bit more when I get to my budget update, which is right now. So in the budget update, really the estimated foundation aid I laid out for you guys, this year, the estimated amount for 22-23 compared to the last 5 years. While last year we did see a 4.15% increase, this year we are seeing, as Randy pointed out, that a 3.08% number, which is around the average for schools. For this upcoming year, that is the first estimated number to us. Things that go into the tax cap that this will get into include our pilot payments. Right now, Save a Lot ended in 17-18, Crossroads ended in 13-14, but all others are scheduled. As you guys should see on the third slide there, it's a total of just over $1 million. And from there, we were able to draw our tax cap calculations. I call it phase one just because things can change. And our total exclusions summed up to $785,677. Sorry, I got off the page there. Our maximum allowable tax levy is there, as are the increase. I'll talk to the increase more, is at $808,802, which is a 4.32% increase. Comparatively speaking, last year was at 1.97. I did put in the bottom left-hand corner of that back page of why do we see a substantial increase, and a lot of that has to do with the 2019 capital project coming to a close in the near future here, and because we just completed our energy performance contract, resulting in $6.3 million in financing.
Is there a, the gap here between revenue and expenditure?
Not yet.
Okay.
Any other questions for?
What's the anticipated pilots as a result of any more solar panels?
So Randy and I met with the IDA about a month ago. Most of those are coming 24, 25. Probably the earliest we can expect.
Do you know how many are on track right now?
Got the one across from Pegasus will be the first one going up, and then after that, two large ones. So probably Flint Mine would be first, and then the FK one, and then the other one that will go on. The last one will be the power lines that will be running down the railroad tracks.
So I think they count 4, right? 4.
Again, the Pegasus one is pretty, it's not a significant money, but it's not a big one compared to the other ones. The two large megawatt ones could be in the range of $250,000 to $500,000 pilot, and then the railroad track one more than that. I mean, not just by itself. So again, but those haven't been negotiated yet. So that's just.
Okay.
Next thing on my list was the property tax cap we just talked about. Advanced therapy notice. We did submit a letter via the mail and via email to Advanced Therapy, letting them know that we would be using that space for our pre-K program moving forward. So we are being transparent with them. They did request to continue using that throughout the summer. Their contract with us does expire in August, and they did require or ask that they continue using that throughout the summer. That is at the PJA campus. So the last meeting, you guys approved the small change to our ECAF extra classroom activity funds corrective action plan. Cheryl Mathis, myself, and Marianne Romito, our district treasurer, had a meeting with the clubs, club advisors, club treasurers, and whatnot, again, to go over the expectations of our corrective action plan with them as far as ledgers, supporting documentation, proper signatures. We went over the classification of the 7 different classifications that fall into for those signatures. Everybody seems to understand what's going on there. See if the execution follows through. And we did add club ledgers as a final documentation required for coaches, club advisors for their end-of-year checklist as well. Emergency Connectivity Fund, ECF, different than ECAF. ECF, we were awarded $743,600. You guys will see that later on in the business section of this agenda. That is a commitment from USAC. We've talked about this a couple of times now. Nicole and I have met quite a bit to talk about getting the devices needed. The first wave of purchases is going to be for 100 Chromebooks, and I'm sure she will kind of let us know where in the district those are going to whom. The number 9 budget amendment. Originally, I had a budget amendment put in here, but I spoke with the auditors, again today. They had another follow-up conversation with one of their contacts at State Aid Planning. And they ultimately advised us to hold off on this for now. So I did remove that. I did not remove it from here. I do apologize for that. And finally, and I'll be quiet, I promise. The fire inspection reports are there. With the linked violations, we were able to get certificate of occupancies for all 3 campuses.
Something I wanted to bring up is that the audit committee had talked about contracting with another auditing firm.
Have we talked about it?
Well, the audit committee has. We were,
Yes.
I don't know, you were on board for that, right?
It was, I remember the conversation, yes.
Right, so I'm just throwing it out there for further discussion, because that will be here sooner than later. Maybe the audit committee needs to meet to see if they want to continue looking, to see if we can get another firm, because I think we've had this firm for marketing company for, is it 5 years, 6 years?
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while, so the thought of the audit committee was to do our due diligence and, you know, probably look at another firm to come in and do that work.
You know that contract's up?
I don't know. I will, I'll schedule a lot of things.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. So principals and directors updates. You want to go down your list? Coxsackie Elementary? Yep.
All right, so February was a lot of fundraising that we've been doing this month, and the importance of community service, which is one of our priorities. Our PTO is conducting our penny wars and they're fundraising to bring great programs back to CE. And they do that throughout the year. This is one of their really exciting fundraisers that the kids enjoy. Our 4th grade community service is also conducting a can drive to stock the shelves at the local pantry. And last district-wide, we're hosting a fundraiser for the American Heart Association. And we're asking our students and our families to commit to leading a healthy lifestyle. Coach Caldwell has sent a message to all of our CE kids, as well as Mr. Squire, to all of our students district-wide, and teaching our students activities that they can do independently. Our goal is to raise $500 for to get physical education equipment in our schools. So lots of fundraising going on in February. One thing that I did want to let you know is that our concert for our March 4th grade chorus concert has been changed to the same date, but it's been changed to 6 o'clock. That is the evening that you have a board meeting at 6:30. So certainly we can do a few things. We could either, if you wanted to come over and hear one of their selections, or possibly stream in, or I can tape it and let you know. But you can let Mr. Squire know and then let me know, and then I can share that with you, because I believe that is the same evening that we do have a music department presentation. So either which way, we'll work it out so that we can see that it's performing. And this will be their first performance that they're performing live for their parents. So, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Martino?
All right, 100th day of school. Our first graders kicked off the 100th day of school in style. They came in dressed up as 100-year-olds. There's some pretty cute centennials there. Our staff also did the same thing. And then throughout the morning, they worked through different stations in groups to make sets of 100. One of the activities, which I think was their favorite, was looking at the top 100 times, making a hat with 100 stickers, and so on. It's like Ms. Miller said, our 4th grade students will be preparing for their performance, which will be next Tuesday, February 15th. And we're going to have an in-person performance. It's at 2:15 in the afternoon, and it's titled Mighty Minds. It'll be pretty good.
My turn. You know, you can take a look at the good news that's been shared. As always, we've got a lot going on at the middle school. Future Cities feels like forever ago, but I think it was really just 2 weeks ago. We did celebrate Have Fun at Work Day on the last Friday of January, and that really was a fantastic day. But I want to be serious for a moment and just say that the crisis response team did exactly what the crisis response team was supposed to do, to help our entire community respond to a really unexpected and tragic loss. I have to, thank Mr. Swire for putting the 2-hour delay, which our folks said was instrumental in giving them time to process and to plan and get through the day to be there for kids. I have to thank everybody who pitched in, Caro, Catskill, Westar, Greenville, MCAT, Green County Mental Health, Mr. Donahue, our own counselors who were grieving themselves. Our teachers were phenomenal. Our kids, I hope you get a chance to walk down the hall. I would suggest you walk down the hall and just see what they have created and posted. And I have an entire box of cards to give to the family from students who some of them didn't know her, but just were feeling the loss in the building. This was really, really difficult. This was a really, really challenging week, and our staff across the district really just did a phenomenal job supporting each other and supporting our students. And I think Debbie would be proud. So.
From the high school, I'm going to talk a little bit about what Karen talked about. We have a food drive going on by Coxsackie-Athens Teachers Association, the aides, assistants, clerical, food services, and custodial staff. I have flyers for each one of you as soon as I'm done. Food can be dropped off in elementary schools, high schools, or middle schools. There is also a QR code on here if you want to make a donation to the food bank. They're taking, it's the regional food bank of Northeast New York. So again, that's kind of campus wide. Some other good news, we had 4 January/February graduates. Cynthia Cohen, Josie Lomio, James Greco, and Liam Lyons. Cynthia graduated with a Regis diploma and is planning on attending college. Josie also graduated with a Regis diploma and she attending college as well. James graduated with a Regis diploma and he's entering the workforce. And Liam actually graduated with an advanced Regis diploma and is planning on attending college as well. So very excited for them, very proud of them. That's what we're going to high school.
Thanks, my turn. So for student support this month, Ms. Essex and Rachel and Ms. Holton and myself have been going through FBL lessons. The first one of this month was self-management in school settings. So the 5th graders have all gone through it. 6th grade was today and tomorrow, and 7th and 8th graders next week with Ms. Essex, myself, and Ms. Holton going through the self-management school setting for this month. And we're also going to have a newsletter set up. We sent out at the end of the month to review what we've covered and to give parents some tips of how to continue on with the school setting and keep track of for kids in the goals stuff in that. I met with some 6th graders today just to review how it has gone, and they shared with me their goals and like some rewards that they have set up for themselves. I'm happy that it's transferring into our discussions when I see them. We also have the STAR mentoring program that we started up. So far we have 18 members of the high school interested, and 3 of them have already been placed, and we're still with 3 more. So we're happy that has started to pick up. In the beginning of March, I have the cyber safety presentation. I've been working with I've been set up with community educators, David Decal from Saratoga Springs, from the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. So he'll be coming in. We're hoping the beginning of March, because right now they're not allowed to do in person yet, but they are thinking that by March 1st of this year, sure, we have a couple of dates. It's no charge, and I've heard like really great things from Saratoga Springs and Greenville prior to the pandemic that they have come in and done this, so we're very excited for it. And they'll also be doing a parent and guardian presentation as well, just to follow with them at the end of the day, in the evening hours, so we could bring back our parent topics to stay informed as well. High school counselors wanted me to give a shout out. That over 400, I believe it was like 452 college applications have been submitted so far, so we're really, really excited about that. And one further thing with the high school, we're in the process of developing a 9th grade seminar to transition the high school, the middle school or the high school, with pursuing development that looking at SEL skills as they come into 9th grade. So having more embedded SEL standards within our curriculum.
I just wanted to give a shout out also to our counseling team. I can't thank them enough for all their support this week and what we planning and making sure that all of our staff has been well supported. I just want to reiterate what Dr. Mercer said, because I can't thank them enough, because we couldn't have done this without their support. For special education update, as you can see, I put in my weekly, my monthly updates. Mrs. Brott had a lot of fun with that fun at work day in her class. They had a giant Jenga board. They also had a giant sorry board, so they had a lot of fun there. And from our last time that I spoke, we're continuing the special ed programming. Right now, we're in the thick of planning annual reviews. We're planning 167 annual review meetings. So we'll be in meetings for the next 2 months. Our senior reviews, which are bittersweet, but we say goodbye to our seniors, our last final meeting. And next time I see you in March, I will have reports on, what their post-secondary plans will be and what the diplomas that they will be, they are ready to so just to give you an update on that. Thank you.
Tech services, we have received the new Clear Touch panels, which are different from smart boards and Dell boards. We're in the process now of working through setting up the computers that are embedded in it and the software, which is called Snowflake. So we are working through that. All district employees are now currently using ASOP, which is a paperless system for requesting time off. So that's all district staff. As well as we asked the teachers what kind of software apps they'd like to add for next year. So we're in the process of reviewing that and evaluating those apps and software. The administrative team will be reviewing each one. And last but not least, the cash unit has done a superb job helping us with inventory this month. As we inventory all devices in the district that are on desktops and Dell boards and smartphones.
Well, thank you to the leadership team and from the board for helping the staff and kids get through a very difficult week. Marshalling your forces to do that, and we know that takes a lot. Takes a lot of effort. Takes a lot for you too. So thank you. Okay, so we have public input, we have public correspondence and comments that are on the agenda. Just want to recognize the 6 that came to us, and everybody got the copy or the email of those, and we're just going to reach out to those people in response. And for the public comment, I'm going to read again our rules for public comment. Persons wishing to speak should indicate so on a public input form found at the sign-in table. Each person may comment to the board once. The first public input session is reserved for those who have signed up to speak items on the agenda. The second public input is for both agenda and non-agenda items. At the public input portion of the meeting, the board president will ask persons wishing to speak to move to the podium and introduce themselves and any organization they may be representing at the meeting. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. We're going to allow 4 tonight because sometimes you just need a little extra time to finish up. Speakers are encouraged to submit in writing any additional comments. Comments about any employee, student, or community member that's personal and negative cannot be discussed in public, personal, negative, or positive. Our administration will contact you for a private meeting if you'd like to comment about specific individuals. The board does not generally respond immediately to issues raised, but we may ask clarifying questions. After the board has asked questions, if there are any, the speaker is thanked and he or she will leave the podium. Speakers are encouraged to submit their comments in writing as well. The board will direct the administration to research the concerns presented, and generally there is no discussion between the speaker and the board. The board will not deliberate or take action regarding the requests presented at this meeting. If public follow-up is required, it will be presented at a subsequent meeting. We ask for visitors to respect all speakers during the public session and to avoid engaging in other conversations while the board conducts its business. I have 2 lists, so I'll go right from the agenda first. So, Tiffany Russo.
I actually already read mine when you guys were in your session. One thing that I would like to say, since I already read half of what I have to say, is you had a lady, Sharon McHugh, that was sitting here bringing up concerns of children harming themselves, sexual activity that is going on in the iPads that you provide for the school. And it was a very big concern. Yet you dismissed her over a mask, which has way lower of a death rate than anything that contributes to that. So before I asked the parents who anticipate running for the board to please stand up. Many of them did. And before you were a group of parents, and there are more that are ready to take the schools back. They're ready to take on the job that you are failing at immensely. You have chosen to follow politics and not science at the expense of the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of our children. The facts and studies have been readily available that prove that masking children do more harm than good. Yet you state that you are merely following guidance. Yet on Tuesday, January 25th, via records and instances that proved otherwise, because there were students recording, just so you know. After the New York State Supreme Court ruling, you sent out misleading and false emails stating that it was only for certain portions of New York. That's not true. And you denied our children their constitutional rights. The Coxsackie School District, nor the New York State Board of Education do not supersede the New York State Supreme Court. And you are masking our children unlawfully. But don't worry, that's been all handled. Despite growing incidences of suicide, which were just brought up and you couldn't hear anything about it because you had to hide. Throughout COVID, I see no sense of urgency to address this, but rather encourage and enhance this problem to keeping our children in a state of fear. The mental abuse that has taken place within these walls by the members of your staff is disgraceful. You are being put on notice of our intent, to hold this district in full responsibility for their wrongdoings, and there will be accountability for said actions. Our children will not be waiting for the okay to unmask and breathe freely from you, Hochul, or anyone else, for that matter. It is past time for parents to take back the rights of the children as well as ourselves. They will be walking through these doors. They will be unmasked. They will show their smiles. They will understand expression. They will show their first tooth when they lose it. They will see their friends and teachers' faces. What you will see Should you shame, segregate, remove, or deny them their education is a lawsuit that will smash down upon this school far greater than any pumpkins. From this moment on, your days of playing doctor and proclaiming to conduct this facility as a full-fledged medical facility are over. From this moment on, our schools will be returning to what they're intended to be, an educational system in which children learn reading, writing, and arithmetics. Not masks, shots, shames, segregation, and I'll say it again, Agenda 2030, which you keep bringing up, and it's indoctrination. That's all it is. That's all it is. You know it just as well as I know it, just as well as your pockets know it, with all the money that you receive. I leave you with this final part from the history books. When law becomes tyranny, rebellion becomes beauty. Those are the words from Thomas Jefferson. If you stop banning books, maybe you would be able to understand those words. And that is what our children are going to do. They are going to walk through those doors. They are not wearing a mask, and you are not saying a word to them. I swear to all that is holy, you will be held accountable if you do, because there is nothing scientific about this anymore.
Is still shining here? Yeah. I can see you behind the podium.
Hello. You all know who I am. So we already talked about the masks. I'm not going to go into a great deal about the masks, but at the end of the day, it's our freedom, our right to choose whether we want to wear a mask or we don't. And the masks don't help. And I can share that from experience. I've done for almost 3 years what we were told to do, and to mask and to socially distance. And I'm here to tell you, like most of you, I still got COVID. Okay. So it's about time. The masks don't work. Okay. Our children have been doing this for almost 3 years. This isn't about science. Politics has no business in our schools. Education, that's what we send our kids to school for. Okay. I'm going to leave it at that. And as one person brought up, as far as the decline in enrollment, maybe we need to take a look in the mirror and see why this is happening. Okay. People are moving out. People are choosing to homeschool their kids. Our decline speaks volumes. Leadership defines. People don't want to move into an area where there's problems. There's other places to move and go. And that's where we're at today. Where would it be better to put your kids in another district or move out of New York State altogether? And it's sad. And what I wanted to address is the email that was sent out by Mr. Swire to the staff titled Ichabod Train. Okay, I find it disturbing and disgusting that a leader would send something out like that, regardless if it was intended or not. I don't care if you're a male or a female. How would you feel if that was your mother, daughter, grandmother, etc.? Okay, receiving an email like that, this is the person that is in charge of our children. Are you really kidding me right now? We have petitioned this board with well over 400 signatures to remove this superintendent for his previous actions, and history keeps repeating itself. It is this board's job to do something. Your inaction is no longer an option and will not be accepted. His actions should not be tolerated, and he continues to abuse his power by taunting, retaliating, and making fun of others because they chose to be responsible and announce the school closure earlier because of the bad weather. Meanwhile, we got a call at the last minute that school is closed, which makes most of us parents have to scramble when you have children that you're like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? I have to go to work. This board continues to do nothing. And silent approval of the superintendent's behavior is not acceptable. You have duties as board members, and while you can't be recalled in New York State, you can certainly be removed for dereliction of duty, and that is exactly what you're doing here. We as parents, taxpayers, community members no longer accept and will tolerate this. We are just done with it. If that was anybody else that did this, okay, in a leadership role, I would be terminated. I would be probably prosecuted for sexual harassment. This is not acceptable. And we, the people, expect you guys to do something about this. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Ms. Lightheart, Aurora Lightheart.
I have a letter from Aurora, she'll make Jamaica. She actually asked me to give this to you first before I read it. Dear members of the Coxsackie-Athens Board of Education, I have asked Melissa Slater to read on my behalf. I am unable to attend tonight's meeting, but wanted to have a chance to express my thoughts and concerns. I have a son in the high school at CA. He is a junior. His last normal school year was when he was in 8th grade. I am also a veteran teacher at another school district teaching middle school, high school, health and family and consumer science. And on a daily basis, I see how detrimental these masks are. Melissa has 2 pictures with her. They're of a box of masks that are being distributed to schools in Columbia and Greene counties. Written on the side of that box is a statement. That statement reads, read what it says. It clearly states that it is not tested for protection against COVID-19. Yet you are giving these out to your students, faculty, and staff to wear. To protect against exactly what? These are supposed to protect my son, his classmates, and my family. Wearing a mask for 6+ hours a day is not healthy. Kids are suffering from headaches, getting bad acne, and complaining that they have a difficult time concentrating. Studies have found that there are chemicals in the masks that are found online or in stores, and that fibers can be inhaled from such masks into the lungs. I know that some have suggested getting N95 masks for people to wear. That's great if one is properly fit tested for an N95. You just cannot throw one in your face and expect it to do its job. It doesn't work that way. Next, let's discuss the psychological harm that wearing a mask can cause. Wearing a mask does not allow for facial expressions to be seen. Our very little ones have not seen the smiles of their teachers or classmates in 2 years, and they think that this is the norm. This is horrible and sad. Please think about the kids, faculty, and staff in this district rather than the politics. Our kids deserve much better than this. Aurora Lightheart, parent.
Hello. Before you start my 3-minute timer, please, I just wanted to take 30 seconds to address those who have attended the meeting tonight in support of parent choice in terms of masking, but are not comfortable with speaking aloud. I would ask all those in favor of parent choice in our schools, please stand. Thanks, guys. You're fast. I'm here tonight to discuss my concerns about masking in our schools. I'm appalled to see that a mask mandate for schools has not yet been lifted. I simply cannot comprehend how one can attend a sporting event with thousands of people, go to the movies, the mall, the YMCA, or better yet, visit almost any school in any other state in this country without a mask. But the second someone steps foot in a New York school, a mask must be worn regardless of distancing. We've been told it's because we're following the science, yet the only science it seems we're following is political science. Our governor wants to follow the data before lifting the mandate, but I'd like to share some data with you that I easily researched. Since the pandemic hit, the CDC has reported emergency room visits for suicide attempts were over 50% higher than during the same time period in 2019. As of February 3rd, 2022, the state level data report, which includes the cumulative mortality for pediatric COVID cases, reported that all child COVID-19 cases, 0.00% to 0.01% resulted in death. The pandemic may be what is killing our children, but it's not COVID. The fact that we have yet to lift the mask mandate to further help repair the damage this pandemic has caused our children is nothing shy of disgusting and inhumane. I'd like to share with you a few experiences my children have had this year. My oldest son plays in the JV basketball team. He attended an away game at Taconic Hills. What I didn't know at the game was that they had a staff member on the sidelines yelling at our players to pull their masks over their noses. My son, who has a history of asthma, had to remove himself from the game to go into the bathroom where he had a coughing fit, almost vomited, and thought he was going to pass out because he couldn't catch his breath. He was alone in that bathroom, struggling to breathe. And I'm his mom, and I had no idea. Don't count this against my 3 minutes, please. As if it wasn't horrible enough, that very woman who was yelling at these kids over and over again to pull her mask up and removed her mask while surrounded by numbers of players and coaches to announce varsity players into a microphone. Thank you. In other sports within our school, not JV basketball, those coaches are amazing. Players had begged their parents not to attend certain practices because they were going to be punished for not wearing their masks enough in the previous game. So the next practice would only consist of running with masks on the entire time. I have never in my life seen a more widely accepted form of child abuse. You have staff members literally chasing after students and parents during sporting events, hiding under bleachers for the opportunity to catch someone without a mask or not wearing a mask properly. The school posted 2 pictures of students with masks on while playing with Legos. My heart shattered while looking at this picture. You can tell by their eyes they didn't even attempt to smile. We've taken their smiles away from them. I'd also like to address those children with learning disabilities, doing their best to learn, to write and to read, trying to listen to words being spoken and watch the teachers pronounce the vowels, the words. We've removed these key strategies by wearing a mask. I have seen endless accommodations in an IEP, yet allowing one to remove a mask to allow a child to learn the way that we have been taught their entire lives is nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. A study conducted by Brown's University scientists has shown a significant negative impact on child development, citing a 23% drop in IQ scores since the start of the pandemic. We are emotionally, educationally, mentally, and physically ruining our children. I have yet to find any study with any statistical significance providing that wearing masks in school stops the spread of COVID-19. In fact, the opposite is easily found. Forcing masking of students has no correlation with community health or community transmission. Furthermore, when you review the number of COVID cases of non-masked states versus the masked states have higher COVID rates. There are many medical providers who stated that our children are the least vulnerable and should be the first to have the mask mandate lifted. And for those who choose to protect themselves from COVID-19 with a mask should do so. One-way masking still protects the wearer from COVID, so long as they're wearing a high-quality mask. I have heard over and over again that kids are fine, they're resilient. In fact, not all kids are the same. Not all kids are fine. Our kids have been taught that since they were born to follow rules, to respect elders, to respect authority. There are many kids who are suffering in silence because they wouldn't think of breaking a rule or even worse, refusing to do something a teacher tells them to do. In the COVID briefing yesterday, for the first time ever, our governor said something I agree with. Children still need adults to look out for their health. And she's absolutely right. Their parents need to look out for their child's health. Their parents need to look out for their child's health. And if that means we have to fight for what we know is best for our children, here we are. Nowhere have I found that I gave up my parental rights by sending my child to school, and we certainly did not give up our constitutional rights. I'm here to let you know that my children have my 100% permission to enter that school building tomorrow and every day forward unmasked. I'm not asking my kids to fight my battle. I'm asking them to do whatever makes them comfortable. And while I will admit I was hopeful to never have to take on the teacher role again for my children, I will happily reconsider the option to homeschool in the event our children are going to be forced to wear masks. To Mr. Squire, the entire board, all of CA faculty, I thank you for leading the way in Greene County by providing an in-person education last year. Now we, the parents, the students, and the community members will lead the way in unmasking our kids and returning to normalcy. Thank you for your time.
Madeline? happen often.
Hi, my name is Madeline Vanessa, and I am a fifth grader here at Coxsackie-Athens. I am here tonight to tell you a little bit about how the last 2 years have been for many students. My last normal school year was second grade. It's hard for me to remember what it was like before COVID, when we all eat lunch with our friends, walk around freely without masks and without being scared or worried that I will be yelled at for not wearing the right mask or wearing a mask the right way. We were told that we would be able mask breaks, but that haven't always happened. That was thankful for Miss Sunkus, who has never made me feel uncomfortable, but not all teachers are like her. That's have been many of times where I was yelled at by other teachers for trying to take a drink of water. I have also been yelled at for taking my mask down when I need a breath of fresh air. That this week was really hard for all of us in the school, but it felt so good to be able to hug my teachers. Please don't force me to hide my face anymore.
Heather Ross.
Hi, my name is Heather Ross. Good evening. I want to start by thanking you all for what you do. I feel like being a board member can't be something that is always easy and for sure can go unappreciated. We elected you to be our school board members because you ran wanting to do what was best for our children and to be the voice for them. I'm asking you tonight, do you feel that you've done that successfully? Growing up in this town and school district, I know the majority of you, maybe not super well, but enough. You either have or had children in the school or have children coming up to soon be part of the school. You ran because you care. I know that's why I stand here tonight. I care about these kids. And what I'm seeing is just truly breaking my heart. Sorry, that was my niece. I'm so proud of her. I keep hearing people say my kids don't care about masks. It's not a big deal. And I can, to an extent, relate. My kids don't like them, but they're not complainers. The majority of our kids are predominantly rule followers. They're good kids. They want to keep the peace, do what their teacher says, and go to school to learn. But these days, is that effectively happening? From what I hear, many teachers spend the majority of the day making sure kids wear masks appropriately. The kinds of masks that the CDC says aren't even effective. But I'm not getting into statistics tonight, as many of the others that have gone before and will go after will cover that. In my opinion, at this point, you have to live under a rock to not know what is being said. On that note, many stand here each week expressing their concerns and emailing you all to follow up. I know we all stand here tonight doing the same. My question is, can I expect a reply to my concerns? To an extent, I get you want to know things. You can't possibly know everything that is going on in our schools. So you want us to come and express or voice our concerns. However, do you reach out after with your opinions and replies? We feel like we're the only ones who care about our kids sometimes. I know that can't be the truth. You ran on a school board. You must care. So why do you not reply to our countless concerns? Can you not? Is it about money? Can you not say? I don't know these things, but I can tell you this is how we're feeling. Alone, fighting for our children. I just hope you truly listen to what everyone is saying tonight and you take this information and fight for our kids. Fight for their freedom. Fight for their freedom to breathe. Fight for their right to learn and effectively learn, because what we've been doing these last 2 years, although yes, every effort possible and much appreciated, it's just not quality learning. And I think we can all agree to that. Thank you for your time.
Stephanie Sitson.
So I took a little bit of a different approach this time around. So I reached out to people and asked for stories that they're not comfortable to share and that maybe they just didn't want to stand up here to share them. So I'm here because I offered to speak on behalf of anyone who wasn't comfortable with their names being put out there or who didn't feel comfortable speaking. There are so many stories that have been sent to not only me, but to all of us who are leading this battle that need to be shared for everyone to hear. But before I read the emails I received, I saw something today that really hit home. It really made me sad, not just for my kids who are older and they're okay, they're resilient, masks don't matter. They should be fine with wearing one all day long, but for the younger ones. Think about kindergarten, first and second graders this year. They have never had a normal school year, ever. These kids have never looked into the full faces of a teacher or their friends. They are scolded and constantly told to pull a dirty, disgusting mask over their mouth and noses. Third, fourth, and fifth graders, their last normal school year was kindergarten, first, and second. It makes me sick and even more upset toward the individuals who are placing fear on these kids and who think masks should remain a part of a child's education. It's not okay. So the first statement I have is a statement from an employee at EJA. For the last 3 months, I'm seeing and being exposed to so much more. I stood in a classroom while the teacher assigned a writing assignment where the student had to choose masked or unmasked as the topic, then read it aloud. These are children in third grade that truly believe they will die without a mask on. I gently put my hand on a first grader's head as he walked into class, only for him to yell, "Don't touch me, I don't want to get sick." This is truly damaging our children. I hate having to enforce it as much as I hate having to wear one all day myself. I just can't believe after all this time, we are still wearing masks. Sad, can't even begin to describe it. The next statement is a statement from a parent and an educator. I'm writing this letter as a parent and an educator, but unfortunately, due to this awful situation in education, I've asked to not be named. I want to share with you my experiences as both. As a parent, I have witnessed my children freaking out in the morning because they forget a mask or a mask has broke. I witnessed my children place the mask on their face and feel naked without them. I have witnessed my oldest rolling with it and my youngest not knowing any better because his whole school career, he has been masked. I had to take a step back after this and realize as a parent and as an educator, I taught them that this piece of cloth is so important that they freak out if something happens to it. That is a piece of cloth, or that this piece of cloth is so important, you will get in trouble if you don't have it. That this piece of cloth is more important than your homework because most teachers will give you another chance to hand in your homework late. This is not okay. I was and I still am forced to be part of this problem. As a parent, I'm done teaching my children that a piece of cloth is more important than seeing your face. As an educator, I want to see my students' faces and I want them to see me. I don't want to waste time enforcing mask rules because honestly, I have bigger issues to face as an educator at this point. Like for example, helping students catch up on their curriculum because they have lost so much. New York State didn't change anything that has to do with standards or curriculum or take into consideration that students can't be taught at the same pace as we were pre-COVID due to the fact some were fully remote and quarantined for weeks. I didn't go into education to be a mask police. Yes, I do tell students all day, keep your mask up, don't get too close to each other. Why? Because if I don't, an administrator walks by, not only do my students get in trouble, I do too. We as parents and educators are actually teaching our students to hide and not be social. We are teaching them it's okay not to express your thoughts and your feelings because we can't see it as educators. I'm physically and mentally drained as a parent and educator. I'm tired of being the bad guy because I must enforce the district's policies on COVID. I want to be an educator I went to school to be and actually see my students. We are taught as educators to teach all of our students, not just part of them. And right now we are saying to our students, I'm only teaching part of you because I cannot see all of you. I wear my mask every day for 8+ hours. I got both vaccines and a booster. I wash my hands and use hand sanitizer daily, and I still got COVID. It is time to learn how to live with COVID and teach our students and children to live with COVID, not hide our faces from it. Please think about what we are truly doing and saying to our children and students. And lastly was a parent of a third grader at Coxsackie Elementary. My daughter is in third grade in Coxsackie Elementary. She came home today upset because her class got yelled at by a teacher. Anyways, Anyway, oh, the kids pulled their mask down to itch their nose, and she yelled at them and said, at no point are they ever to take their mask off, and they will be in big trouble if they do. That's all I have for you tonight. I had more, but there's not enough time for it, so. Thank you.
Thank you. You'd like to leave some of that, Ms. Sitzer,
I'm sorry?
if you'd like to leave or send it to us.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the field.
Put your clicker down. I continue to find myself baffled by this board of elected people, and it's unfortunate that we're missing members tonight. When I ran for a seat at this table, I had ideas, thoughts, some intentions. I listened to people, and I sat with them in their homes before I asked them to support me or to sign my petition to run. I asked them what they expected from a school board and a school board member in a community like ours. I didn't take their endorsement for granted. The overwhelming response from most people was common sense, and that's what I ran on. It was a campaign. It was not a popularity contest, obviously. It wasn't status quo, and I promised people that I would stand up for them, even if I didn't earn a seat at the table I had hoped to bring common sense to. A table where common sense doesn't really seem too common right now. Maybe I gave the position, or even myself, more credit than was deserving. And as you guys know, I never bring any sugar with me. I cut it to you straight. I call it the way that I see it. And the way that I see it is that our words seem to fall on deaf ears. A perpetual repeat of the month before, like in the movie Groundhog Day, because that's what it feels like standing here month after month. And I'm sure for the board, it is also tiresome to sit here quietly, nearly comatose, as we bring you our grievances and occasionally emotional voices. When we come to you with concerns and questions time and time again, and are continuously left to feel like we are speaking underwater, drowning in your indifference. We want real responses and we want real action. Tonight, I am reminding you and those in attendance and those watching on the stream about the petition that was brought before this board with nearly 400 signatures. Parents, students, alumni, tax-paying voters, and community members calling for the removal of Randy Squire. I later received an email stating that the board was in receipt of that petition and it would be considered during Mr. Squire's evaluation in May. Well, no crap, because I hand delivered it. That wasn't the response that we felt we should have gotten from this board, because we hope that those names matter and that the charges within the packet you were provided carry some weight. And tonight, I hope that it will also be taken into consideration that the irresponsible and disgusting character that the superintendent continues to exhibit, whether it be in the form of an email to staff members depicting a violent sex act involving smashing a woman over the head with a pumpkin, or the fact that he then made attempts to cover it up by magically retrieving the email from the school server and its recipient, but not the apology, not the screenshots. And I believe it's called conspiracy to commit, basically saying that whatever crime that falls under, because it does, the choice was his to make, and he made it. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I have taken the New York State sexual harassment course required of me, and there's no mistake, this applies. The sharing of that subject matter in a workplace email is classified as sexual harassment, whether you think so or not. It was sent with malicious intent, irresponsible judgment, and only in hindsight did Mr. Squire attempt to correct it. And the damage was done quickly. The news traveled at the speed of light, and that evening, hundreds of community members received some sort of shared post, email, text message, highlighting the details of the so-called faux pas, as well as the screenshot of the original email with the link from Urban Dictionary. But this also denotes the mutiny of this ship called the CA School District that I had previously warned you all about. The screenshot had to come from somewhere. So pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. whether it be an inappropriate attempt at humor to disparage another school district for their choice to close campus ahead of what was forecasted to be a potentially dangerous storm, to mock the name Ichabod Crane when their athletes have often showed in number to support us in our triumphs, as a school that has stood gracefully even in their own defeat to cheer us on, or whether it was an attempt by Mr. Squire to seem likable and funny in the face of scrutiny. Neither applied. I'm almost done. How shameful it is for a person in a position like Mr. Squire's to behave so unbecomingly. This evening, there are people here who agree that this individual has become a cancer in our school district, creating a toxic work environment and a hazardous place for our children to be. Despite all the best efforts of teachers and supporting staff, make no mistakes like this man has in the understanding that his behavior, poor character, and continued arrogant and disrespectful attitude of Randall Squire should not, nor will it be tolerated any further. We suggest that this man meet at a minimum disciplinary action, a formal suspension with no access to school resources, tools, or devices until a full investigation or an immediate evaluation by the school board and the school's attorney has been made. We expect that you will also cooperate with any filing parties which will arise and their attorneys who will be named if this board does not act accordingly. We are putting you on notice, ladies and gentlemen of the board, of your own liabilities. And women, if you allow the men on this board to poo-poo this away and to remain complicit, then you are just as guilty. Just as guilty. We put Bruce Kavanaugh on trial for hearsay. We've put people on trial for far less than this. And you know the law and you will follow the law because we will make you follow the law.
I want to be clear that I had read about not having negative or positive comments about staff.
And I respect that.
No,
And you said that the only person that was.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Because I was going to say, when I mentioned that a couple of meetings ago, that the unusual situation here is that Mr. Squire is like our employee, like our supervisee. And this is the only way that you have to do that. Like everybody else, you can request meetings.
Absolutely.
So I do.
Well, I want you to know the media is watching. I am here as a member of, and I'm letting you know right now that your board needs to take action. There is no further discussion. Take action.
I just ask that people continue to be respectful. I think people
Respectful,
generally
that is not an
continue
opinion.
to
The
be
bottom-
respectful.
No, this is not an opinion. The bottom line is that was anybody else in this room, okay? We would be terminated.
I'm not talking about that.
This is
I'm talking in general. Okay, I want to move on because I've got a lot of people.
A hostile work environment, and that's enough. We are
Yes,
done.
we've got a lot of people
He
here.
continues to abuse his power and retaliate. Nobody is
We gotta
pointing
move
out
on.
individuals,
We have to move on.
okay? I've been respectful. I've been,
I have a lot more people that wish to talk. Thank you.
Well, you showed up that time. so-
Aurora Palmentier.
Hi, I'm Aurora. I've stood here before. I was here in September speaking about a much, actually, as I would like to say now, slightly less important thing because it has gone down after I almost got into a fist fight in that process. But I'd like to start off by saying that I'm not here to talk about bullying, but I'm here to talk about masks today. My peers and I cannot breathe in them. For me and multiple other people will cause asthma attacks or anxiety attacks. It's even worse when you get both at the same time. Trust me, I speak from experience and I speak on behalf of my peers, my mother, and I. There's a few things I would like to point out. The first thing being that you are denying the children of CA their education that they are entitled to. On the 25th, my friend and I here
when the night before, when they lifted the mask mandate for everywhere in the state, we came to school the next day extremely relieved that we were going to be able to breathe at school. We were denied access to the building for an hour and a half until we decided to comply so that we could go and get our education. I have my medical information on file with the nurse that I cannot last a long period of time in these masks. And I was threatened with ISS. We were threatened with ISS if we did not put on masks and enter the building. You cannot force us to sit in a school for 6 hours or more, especially if you play an indoor sport, and you cannot force us to wear masks. Some teachers don't even give out mask breaks anymore, and I find it utterly ridiculous. We are trying to help our mental health, and you are punishing us. There have been multiple articles written that masks can make social anxiety a lot worse than it already is. One article states that some mental health specialists worry about people who have grown dependent on masks to shield themselves from human connection. If it gets serious enough, the dependency amounts to form social anxiety or another social anxiety disorder. Another one says, for people who struggle with social anxiety, having a break from social obligations and showing your face in public might have felt comforting. Beyond a face mask's purpose for containing COVID, wearing a mask almost serves as a security blanket. This matters a lot because we've been wearing masks for so long, and when people start to enter public places without masks, people with social anxiety will then become the outcasts if they still continue to wear the masks. And then that will just make it build up even more because then they are getting judged. So if you're insecure about your face, but then you decide to wear your mask out in public, that's just going to make it even worse. I really hope you understand that there. I feel like we should start working our way back into not wearing masks and easing ourselves back into, because I know that I have been able to struggle, and there have been multiple times where I have wanted to lock myself in a room and just cry because I cannot breathe. And I want you to know that I do not care about these masks at all. And this is exactly what I think of them. They are trash. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. But to
Are you
others,
kidding me, dude?
no, I'm not. I think you also want to.
What did you say about
I'm sorry that that happens to us. But I hope you understand that.
I'm sorry you're sitting in that seat of power.
Well, I'm sorry that understand that we're operating under mandate from the governor. And now that we're getting closer to hang on, now that we're getting closer to the pandemic.
No, we are here. We are at the endemic now.
Now would be the time to petition the state and the governor. Like
no, that is your job. We've been asking for that for months.
We are writing a letter.
You have your time, Mr. Donahue. It's our time now.
Yeah.
You need to shut your mouth and let us speak.
I'm suggesting that this is a way to turn your feelings into advocacy.
What?
Starlin Palmetier.
You're talking about serious?
I have so much to say, but to start off, I'm saying I'm a CA graduate of the class of 2002. I played volleyball, I ran track, I was on chorus and drama club, and I was in student council for a year. I was involved, but I didn't stand out or make waves. My thing was to sit back and watch and remember. I was happy my children were going to be attending the same school myself, my husband, my father, my sisters, my mother-in-law, father-in-law, brother-in-law, and uncles and aunts went to. Family connections are important to me as I have lost so many. Now I can go on from here and tell you how disappointed I am with this district, and the 20 years since I graduated with this district's stance on bullying hasn't changed. It's still blame the victims, not punish the bullies. But honestly, after attending these meetings in person and watching later and hearing things from people who work in this district, doesn't surprise me considering the biggest bully in the district is sitting right in front of me. Remember, it's my MO to watch and remember. The fact that I am standing here speaking should say volumes to people in this room who know me. I don't like public speaking. I don't like speaking out. I don't like making controversy. That being said, I have two more things to talk about. First, I want to ask about the murals in the school being painted over. Why? I was disgusted when I saw the high school cafeteria a while ago. All the beautiful artwork that was there when I was in school is gone, either taken down entirely, covered up with gray paint, or replaced with smaller copies of their former glory. Now I hear there's talk of taking down the murals that have to do with Native Americans. Why? What is wrong with you? Is the art hurting anyone? No. Is it depicting natives in a negative light as one of the artists? No, it is absolutely not. Unless there is an active plan to replace them with more artwork, there is no reason to take any of them down. The artwork on the walls is one of the things that makes this school warm and inviting. Clearly, it's not the school board. And with everything that has gone on in the last 2 years, our children deserve all the cheer that this district can give them. Now, for the real reason I'm standing here is because of these stupid masks. These masks are having a negative effect on our children, mental and physical health. My children used to love school, but at least once a week, I hear from my 8-year-old that he wishes he can go back to kindergarten so things can be normal again. My daughter is 13 and asthmatic. She was just up here. She's having a more difficult time than he is. She can't breathe with it on, causing difficulty in concentrating and coming home with horrible headaches multiple times a week because of the constant masking. Even though it is in her health file with school nurse that she has a condition, she is still forced into a mask to attend school. She was denied entry to the school for an hour and a half when she tried to exercise her right to breathe freely while getting her education on January 25th. What is wrong with you? You threatened a student with a known medical condition with in-school suspension for non-compliance when all she wanted to do was attend school and be able to breathe while doing so? Does that seem right to anyone?
No.
Young children learn social cues by seeing faces, and our children in the elementary schools are not getting that with masks. Masking and isolation has been noted as cause for a 50% rise in suicide attempts, resulting in trips to the ER for girls between the ages of 12 and 17. My daughter falls right in that category. From February to March of 2021, though the increase started in May of 2020, according to the CDC, not to mention the rise in diagnosis of anxiety and eating disorders. Now is the time to take a stand and free our children from these masks. Let their lungs breathe freely and free their smiles to shine. Hear me when I say this. I am not the only one watching and remembering now. We all are. And you are elected officials who work for us. And if you won't work for us, we will gladly replace all of you with people who will. And the little power trip you pulled at the beginning of this meeting was nothing more than a delay tactic. And if you are now discriminating against people with medical conditions like myself and my daughter that make it difficult for us to wear these masks, are you that afraid to look people in the face? Stop bullying.
Melissa Slater, Rob Slater, Adam Cameron Slater.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Slater. I'm a sophomore here at Coxsackie, and every day I come to school, and before I can even walk into the lobby, someone is yelling at me to mask up or put a mask on. But the truth is that no one likes to wear a mask. Now, I myself hate having to wear a mask. The forefathers of America built this country on a foundation of freedom, and someone forcing me to put on a mask against my will doesn't feel very free to me. You might say that no one forces anyone to wear a mask, but if we don't, we could get in trouble. Personally, this sounds like an ultimatum. Wear a mask or else. I have a story about this. Two students were walking down the hall. They had their mask below their noses. Someone told them to pull it up. And they didn't. They were then later given referrals because they didn't wear their mask. Back to the topic of freedom. In order for myself to feel free, the masks have to be gone. I don't feel safe without a mask. Then if you don't feel safe without a mask, then no one is going to tell you that you can't. But if you feel safe not wearing one, I get in trouble for trying to make myself feel safe. They say that school is a safe place, but I don't feel safe there because I'm always worried about getting yelled at to wear a mask. I have a question. If you wear your magical mask that prevents COVID from entering your body, why do you care if I don't wear one? If I can't get you sick if you have your mask on. I think that everyone should have their own choice when it comes to wearing a mask or not. Staff members take more time out of their day to yell at students to wear a mask instead of actually teaching us the skills we need for our future. I want to close this speech with a quote from A. Philip Randolph. Freedom is never given, it is won. And today we are here to win our freedom. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Cameron Slater, and I'm an 8th grader here at CA. Today, I would like to talk about my experiences with masks and COVID. I've been bullied by peers and threatened by staff members. I feel masks are uncomfortable and they affect the learning. During one of my classes, I was threatened by my teacher that if I didn't keep my mask on my face, he would tape it to me. I feel that it was inappropriate for my teacher to talk to me, a student, in such a way. Asking me to pull my mask up and keep it up would be a different story. The way he asked me to keep my mask up was inappropriate. Also, it could have been handled differently. Peers and teachers tried to get me tested for losing my voice. Peers, you lost your voice, you have COVID. Me, losing my voice is not a symptom of COVID, leave me alone. Teacher, losing your voice is a symptom of COVID. Student, I don't feel safe coming to school. You aren't vaccinated and your mask is never up. Me, my health is none of your business. Student, well, it is because I come to the school to learn not to be afraid of COVID. Teacher, please go down to the nurse's office to get tested for the comfort of your peers. I then walked down to the nurse's office to get tested. I told her the situation and she took my temperature. She asked if I had any other symptoms and I answered with no. She then sent me back to my classroom where I was bullied again as soon as I sat down. Student, you probably didn't even go to get tested. I did, so can you please just leave me alone? At the time in the class, we were taking our FAST bridge, which is a test to see growth over the years. All the bullying during this period built up and I started to cry. I sat out in the hallway for the rest of the block crying and just trying to finish up my FAST bridge, which I didn't do too well on because they made me overwhelmed and my head was in 100 different places. The teacher then came out and talked to me, asking what the nurse said. I told her that she told me that I didn't have COVID and I was fine to come back to class. She told me that she trusted the nurse and that it was fine. I feel that students shouldn't outburst their feelings during class. Teacher was understanding of their outbursts and tried to get me tested without my parents' consent. Also, my parents don't want me to get tested at school, no matter what. Students speak irrational, hurting each other without even realizing it. The masks at school are tearing students apart. Students are constantly telling other students to put their mask up or to have it over their nose, which is understandable, but it isn't their place. Students aren't being considerate of other students' feelings. I feel it is important to let you know that masks aren't comfortable. They are affecting learning and it gives you a hard time breathing. I'm never getting mask breaks either. I feel it is hard to breathe during physical activity. Masking's negative impact is learning. They interfere with teachers' communication about lessons. I wish school looked different in many ways. Staying 6 feet apart makes it hard to socialize with friends. Not being able to do labs in science because of COVID precautions affecting lessons. Lunch is difficult to socialize with different people each day because you have to scan a barcode each quarter to make a seating chart. It makes it difficult to sit with different people on other days. COVID is affecting us in many ways and making our school days hard sometimes. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I would like to start out by saying thank you to the teachers, support staff, custodians, nurses, counselors, administrators, Mr. Squire, and the Board of Education for working tirelessly to navigate through the protocols, keeping our schools open and in person for our children. We have been guided for 2 years with the best intentions to do what is best for our children, and I am so appreciative of that. I am here tonight to plead with you to please listen to what our children, families, and community members are now saying. The time to stop enforcing a mask requirement for our schools is now. I'm not against masks. Masking may be okay for some, but please understand it is not okay for most, which is why I'm advocating for individual choice. I know that there are a lot of adults who say that the kids are fine or that the kids are resilient, they'll be okay. We are here to tell you the kids are not okay. They're not okay. Masking for all is not the new normal.
Nothing about this is normal, nor should it be. I have so many emotions hearing stories from so many of our CA students, including my own children, with most coming from the recent few months. Stories of teachers and children bullying others because they chose not to get a COVID shot, or they don't feel that they are wearing a piece of cloth on their face properly. Stories of teachers telling young students that they are going to die or kill their classmates and teachers if they don't keep their mask on for the entire day. How about our youngest children who have only encountered a school where they do not get to experience expressions from their teachers or classmates? Those same children who are afraid to receive a pat on the back or a tap on the head because they're so deathly afraid that you'll die from a small show of affection. How is any of this okay? Our children are not okay. Their mental health is not okay. We are creating so much division within our schools and making it near impossible to give our children the proper educational setting that they deserve. When my husband and I first had our children, our intention was never to homeschool. I can no longer say that this is not an option. We wanted our kids to experience all that CA could offer them, just as we both had. A great education, rewarding extracurriculars, sporting events with stands full of your peers, school dances, concerts, lifelong friendships, and most of all, amazing memories. The anxiety, depression, stress, and strain that these last 2 years have put on so many children is heartbreaking. As parents, teachers, school workers, and administrators, we have the power to try to mitigate that now. As of tomorrow, I will no longer give permission for my children to be forced to wear a mask in school. I expect them to be able to receive the education that they deserve in school with their peers and put the focus back on education, not politics, without fear of repercussions or punishment. The state education department was quoted in a statement on January 28th, 2022 to the USA Today Network, New York, by saying that the department, and I quote, does not recommend that school districts impose discipline upon students for not wearing masks. Since we have all been following along with the guidelines and recommendations put in place by the state education department from the beginning, I would expect that we as a district will do the same here immediately. It starts with us parents and community members, and next goes to you to advocate for our children by doing what is right. Let CA continue to be the leader for our other local schools in our area as you've done throughout this pandemic. Thank you.
Lisa Hines. Lisa Hines.
Lisa Hines.
Lisa?
Oh, no, I'm good. I was gonna take her spot, but I finished my head.
Okay. Brandon Morehouse.
I'm not Brandon, I'm Kristen, but Brandon is at the senior volleyball night, so go see a Riverhawk. Good evening, Mr. Squire, members of the board, education, parents of my fellow students, and members of the villages of Coxsackie-Athens. My name is Brandon Morehouse, and I'm a senior. I'm a senior of the class of 2022. I would have liked to stand before you all tonight and deliver my statement personally, but my commitments to my volleyball team took priority. I write to you, the members of the Board of Education, urging you to lead Greene County in the return of normalcy within the walls of our schools. It is time to lose the masks, and it is time to free our faces. I was only a sophomore when this school closed down in 2020, just barely being able to perform our school play, and in March, everything that followed was canceled and never to be made up. There were seniors who would never again get to perform in their band and chorus concerts. There were seniors who would never again be able to play in their final sports seasons of high school. There were seniors who would never again walk through the front doors of the school, never to return before graduation. These seniors got their final moments of high school torn away from them. As we entered into the start of the 2020-2021 school year, much was still uncertain of what was to come. There were still many unknowns regarding remote schooling and COVID protocols, but amidst the ambiguities, my hybrid schooling schedule, this school district was one of the few districts in New York to be open full-time. While other schools watched us to see what would happen with our handling of COVID, it was the district that led the charge in keeping public schools safe and open. While some schools were remote full-time, or remote half of the time, this district stayed 100% open. And for that, I thank the superintendent, the members of the Board of Education, and the employees of the district. Even as a junior, I couldn't have ever imagined missing many of my memorable moments that I have experienced. And while the previous school year was a significant improvement from the one before, my heart still aches for those seniors who missed out on a complete normalcy. Nonetheless, even in all of the inconveniences and setbacks, we as a district have overcome them. My senior class has been far more fortunate than the previous two. Even though everything has not been entirely as we have expected, the circumstances have been easier and the challenges have been minute when compared to the classes of 2020 and 2021. And now in my last remaining semester of my years of high school, I urge the board to release the requirements for the masks on students and faculty. New York is one of the few remaining states that still have mandated masks in public schools, and it is time for that to change. It has been almost 2 full years since the initial shutdown of our schools. And in that time, we as a country have gained tremendous knowledge regarding COVID and the handling of it. We have developed several vaccinations with a large percentage of my peers in the high school have received, and we have learned that the odds of severe illness and or death in children ages 5 through 17 is microscopic. It has been hard for children of all ages in this district since our shutdown, and it is time we reward our resilience. We haven't been able to be with our friends and peers under normal circumstances, and teachers haven't been able to see their faces of their students. This district was one of the first to step forward and keep our district open full-time last year, and I pressed the Board of Education to try to lead the way on our road to normalcy, not only for the county, but for the state of New York. It is time to lose the masks. It is time to free our faces. To Mr. Squire and the members of the Board of Education, you have our support in this endeavor. Thank you for your time.
Mary Ann Weingart.
Board members, parents, teachers, and members of the community. I come here tonight as an advocate for my children in regard to the mask mandate. Since the day I knew I was going to be a mom, my top priority has been and continues to be the safety and well-being of my kids. I know every scar, every sickness they've endured, their hopes and dreams, their fears. I know more about them than anyone in this room because I am their mom. That is a responsibility I take very seriously. I have taught them right from wrong, to uphold the law, but also to speak out and stand up for what they believe in, even if others try to sway them otherwise. Life is about choice, and it should be left up to our choice as the parents to choose what is best for our children. If a parent or child thinks the masks do work and feels safer with it, that is their right to choose to wear one. Same rules should apply to those that think the masks either don't work, create more health risks than they prevent, etc. Then it should be our right to choose not to wear one. I'd like to talk a little bit about history. In 2003, we had an outbreak of SARS virus. 2009, we had H1N1. And years prior to and after, there have been various strands and variants of the flu every year. The CDC estimated that the flu had resulted in 9 million to 41 million illnesses, 140,000 to 710,000 hospitalizations, and 12,000 to 52,000 deaths annually between 2010 and 2020. Never once during those pandemics or any flu season had we been forced to mask up to prevent the spread, even as kids, and we are still standing here today. History has shown us powerful changes start with someone who is willing to stand for what they believe in. If Rosa Parks hadn't stayed in the front seat that day, the world we know now may have had a different outcome. It was about choice. It was about saying enough is enough. And we as parents have had enough of the assumption that you, and our governor for that matter, think that you know what's better for our children than we do. I will continue to stand up not only for my kids' rights, but my right as their parent. You may decide to listen or ignore my words, which history has shown more often than not at these meetings that they fall on deaf ears. You may decide that vaccinated children don't have to wear masks anymore, but those who are unvaxxed still have to, which could result in a negative impact on the school for segregation and discrimination against a certain class of students. Or you can actually listen to what we were saying. Masks or no masks, it's our right to choose about our kids' health, not yours. And my kids are done wearing masks as of today.
Jennifer Millier Butterworth.
My name is Jennifer Maria Butterworth, as you just said. I'm in the 8th grade, and I am here to talk about my experience on January 25th. So, I would like to start out with masks make my anxiety heighten and triggers my IBS to make me not feel good, and to the point where I've had to go home many times from school. Since masking this year, I've gotten stomach problems needing a GI doctor, and migraines so bad that I've needed to get a word.
Pediatric neurologist.
Pediatric neurologist. I cannot express how relieved I felt when I heard the news that I would not have to wear a mask, as the Supreme Court had ruled it unconstitutional. I was so happy. But as I went to school the next day, I tried walking into that building, which I had gotten stopped by one teacher and told to go the other way, which I had to walk past Dr. Mercer. So I walked past Dr. Mercer. I tried going into the other way. I got denied going through, asking if I needed a mask, if I wanted one, which I stated I did not want one. I was very respectful through this whole experience, which then I was sent to talk to Dr. Mercer, which I did voluntarily, which then she made me and my peer stand outside in the cold until the lobby was clear. So me and my friend had to wait outside in the cold with snow on the ground until the lobby was cleared. And then we were forced to stay in the lobby for, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half, which the lobby is cold. I don't know if you know that. But we were forced to stay in there when we got denied many times to talk to Dr. Mercer. We were not allowed to talk to Dr. Mercer. Quote unquote, she was in a meeting. She was not in a meeting. She locked herself in her room.
Excuse me.
No, I would like to finish. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt
I
me,
would
please.
rather that you did not focus on
I
one
am
person.
going to continue.
Just say
So-
principal instead of her name.
Okay.
We could set up
So,
something where you get to have.
yes,
a
I got it.
meeting with
Thank
that-
you.
With that. person
Okay.
or
So,
someone else.
okay. As me and my friend were sitting in the lobby waiting, a teacher had walked through because her station was outside to watch the children as they walked into the building. When she had walked through the lobby to go back into the building, she asked us again if we needed a mask, which I politely stated no. And then after I stated that, she laughed at me. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
She laughed at me. And then I proceeded to wait in the lobby until I eventually gave in and said I would be forced to go into the building and wear a mask just so I can get my education. I cannot mentally or physically keep going to school under these mandates.
the right thing and drop the mandates. Schools are not supposed to hurt kids. They should care about us. And I do not feel like they do.
If you would like to have someone speak with you about January 25th, we can arrange that. And you can talk to them about all these things.
Will it actually help? Or am I just gonna keep getting
I
denied?
don't know, I'm just offering it if you'd like.
Or will I have to get a lawyer to help me on
I'm
this?
just offering that if you'd like.
Because I am more than willing.
It's an offer.
I think that I have one more thing to add. That I was also given the decision that I would either have my mom be called to take me home, which was also denying me the right of my free education that the state requires. I would either have her take me home, be sent to ISS, or be forced to wear a mask. Obviously, I chose the last one. But I think that's all I have to say.
We'll ask someone just to check in with you, Jenna. Okay, and Sharon McHugh is the person who left.
Yeah, she
Okay,
was the one that was.
we'll
concerned about,
follow up with.
You know,
with
people
her.
feeling themselves sick and,
Okay,
but you sent her out.
Is this the Google Drive meet here?
pardon me?
Is
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
why you can't see the speaker? Somebody needs to pan it in or out. There's no reason in this day and age that we can't have technology to see the meeting.
Well,
They keep muting it.
thank you. We're done with this section.
But that's not your responsibility. So why-
We've taken that responsibility.
JP, I know you muted it.
We,
Listen to it right now.
Well, we'd like to send text messages back and forth. You know what's happening.
yes, Aurora?
I would like to add something.
Okay.
The other day, when I was sitting in one of my classes, I saw Mr. Randy Squire, your beloved superintendent, walking down the hallway without his mask on. And I would like to know why the person who is leading all of our schools in this school district is forcing us to wear masks when he was clearly walking down the hallway without his mask on. So I would like to have an answer to that, please, preferably in the next 5 minutes.
They call it rules for thee, not for me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, kiddo, that's what this is.
Thank you. We'll have to get back to you. I don't know the details of that, but we're moving on to
Right there.
superintendent's.
He's sitting right there.
He's right there. Also, I have.
Well, we got a superintendent's program. We're done with this section.
No,
Can
I
can I get 1 minute to talk? I didn't get my name on the list. I'd like to have something to say.
Um,
Take it.
Is that good? All
You
right.
got your part.
All right, so. Yep, yeah, my name is Sam Anderson. I'm a father. I got 2 children that attend the school district. One of them's in elementary school, one of them is in middle school. We've heard a lot of people for the last hour and a half have gone on about what's gonna happen with the mask. We're gonna send our kids to school tomorrow with no masks on. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And you guys have all sat there and your heads have gone like this. Okay, your heads have gone like this. What is gonna happen tomorrow when the kids come to school? When the kids come to elementary school tomorrow morning, what is gonna happen? Are my kids gonna come through the door or no? Are the kids gonna come through, Dr. Mercer? You've been watching your computer the whole time. Are they gonna come through and see that? Or is she gonna walk in, or is she gonna get stopped in the door and held there for an hour and a half like these 2 girls?
Mr. Anderson.
Yep.
This is public input. So
Okay, so it's public input, but where am I getting something back?
Not a dialogue. Someone can get in touch with you if you leave us here.
So I don't want to get somebody in touch with me. We're here for answers today, and tomorrow morning, this is what's gonna happen. So there are things that we can do besides come here every single month, and this is my first month, and I apologize to my kids because I haven't been here like I should be, all right? There are things that we can do. If you're watching Canada, They're going to Ottawa and shutting the place down. We can shut this place down. We can come here and park down the road and shut it down. You guys need to act right now, tonight, what's going on? I am sick and tired of getting all the runaround from everybody. All right, it's not a mandate, it's a requirement. It's not a requirement, it's a mandate, it's a guideline. What is it? Nobody really knows. We don't know. Mr. Squire, what is it? Is it a mandate, requirement, guideline? What are we doing?
It's a mandate, but we have.
It's a mandate from who?
But we have to move on.
We can't move on.
Yes.
We are here for a reason.
Well,
This little kid right here is told that he can't go to recess if his mask gets below his nose by his teacher. He's told he can't go to recess if his mask gets below his nose. This is crap.
Go high, Trudeau. Go
I
high.
don't care.
Go high.
What is the answer? Tomorrow morning, when Sammy comes to school, is he coming through the door without a mask on?
It's not appropriate for this time.
It is appropriate. When does it become not appropriate?
Because right now.
When? You're up for election in 2 months, 3 months. I don't care if you're running or not. You're gonna get beat. You're
Right
done.
now, we're moving on.
What's that? You're gonna run it on? All right, what is the answer? I got a whole list of principals over here. What's gonna be the answer tomorrow morning? Mr. Squire, can he come to school tomorrow without a mask?
We're gonna take a recess.
Take a recess.
Move on.
We're not moving on. This is what's gotta happen.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Recess.
Yeah, so. There's no answer. That's the problem. Again, there's never an answer. And listen, I like Mr. Squire. I know a lot of people don't. Hold on. Yeah, it's I know things, okay? And there's things that he's done that are definitely suspect this week with Ichabod. That's all suspect. I don't know what the story is with that. All right, but let me tell you what, let's get some answers because you guys aren't holding him accountable if he did something with Ichabod. I don't know the story, I don't care, but you guys gotta do something. You're just sit there behind your mask and do nothing. Go to your door and take your mask off and talk, because that's what you're gonna do. I'm sick of it, out of control. Out of control, goodbye. Goodbye, President, go. Go. Look at everybody else wants to finish the conversation. And you just want to leave. Go in the other room. We don't need you anymore. Recess yourself out. What are we doing, ladies? What are we doing, Mr. Wallace? What are we doing? What is the answer? What are we doing? What are we doing tomorrow morning when the kids come to school with no mask?
Walk right now so that I can keep my cool, because you know what?
Come back at me, please. I want to hear something. I want to hear something.
And none of you can be an adult and give them answers? They are children, come here and disrespect me. Over children for 3 years. Disrespecting the students in this district. 30 years. What is wrong with all of you people? Disrespect them. Are you
Did they clean up? Did they?
We did.
We did. Oh, thank you. I thought they came in cleaning. I you guys were there. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for cleaning up.
In no particular order. We've been talking about this administratively, because you see social media as well. We know there was a anti-mask that supposedly happened tomorrow, like all across the state for that. So I just want to share something. Just again, please bear with us here. So we asked our attorney, right? That's why we pay attorneys. You know, what happens if we just ignore masks? We just tell people there's no more mask mandate. All the administrators can lose their license. Okay, that's one. Technically, the board has violated their oath of office, okay, by overturning it. So the commissioner can remove them, right, and other things as well, or take over that. There is a negligent supervision liability risk. I may have mentioned that. Our insurance carrier could say, you're on your own. All right. So the next time somebody slips and falls in the parking lot, it's coming, you know, out of our general fund instead of from our insurance carrier paying for that. So, so by deliberately violating the lawful order of the Commissioner of Health, that everyone in schools must remain masked. We violated a duty towards a plaintiff or something like that. So it puts the district at risk. What our attorney was saying. Department of Health fine. Department of Health can fine us $1,000 per day. So that's from our attorneys. We will send this out either later tonight or tomorrow morning, so everybody can see that as well. So I'm just a messenger here from our attorneys on that. You know, this has been a horrible week, right? We all agree, right? Especially in our middle, or just our whole school community. Because anybody who's in 7th through 12th grade had done, you know, and to add this on now tomorrow, to put this on our staff, to, you know, et cetera. I think nobody wants that. I don't think. I certainly don't. You know, with that. But again, talking to our school attorney, we called another attorney. Right? We're obligated to follow this. I mean, we did not make these rules. We're tired of the mask. Okay, I'm triple masked up because of all my bronchial crap. All right, so we all want them. I hear it every day in my house, you know, as well, et cetera. You know, Maeve constantly says, you know, Dad, I've only 9th grade is a normal year for me. You know, so I get it. All right. My daughter hasn't had a normal college year, right? Because not only she have to wear a mask, she has to, well, you have to be vaccinated, right? To go to college. Everybody knows that. So we all understand it. The Squire family gets it. The Bachner family gets it. The Wallace family gets it. We all get it. And we're been put in a position, schools, all schools, not just Coxsackie-Athens, right? Where we're the police, the judge, and whatever else for mask mandates, et cetera, right, for that. And so again, we've been advised by our attorneys who are there to keep us from getting sued, right, for that, right? And again, that we have to follow the mask mandate, which is part of our code of conduct, right, at this point. So tomorrow, if kids come in without masks, like, you know, like any day, we're gonna offer them a mask, right? And we're gonna ask them to wear a mask. And I think if you truly talk, especially your kids, we're not as strict, let's just say, as most of our neighboring schools are when it comes to masks. All right, I'm just gonna put that out there. Right? And so we're just asking for your patience, right? To just, you know, have them bring a mask, wear it, you know, and I, you know, when kids say that the teachers are shaming them or, you know, that is not acceptable. And you got to let us know. You can't, wait to a board meeting to let us know these things, because we can't deal with it. There's no excuse for a teacher making a kid feel uncomfortable for how they're wearing their mask. All right, so, but if I don't know about it, if Dr. Mercer, Mr. Burley doesn't know about it, or, Mr. Martino, we can't do anything. So you gotta let us know, and you gotta give us names, like, not now, but, so we can handle it for that, because that's just no excuse for that. For putting the onus on the kids, so to speak. So, kids come in tomorrow morning, we're gonna ask them if they don't have a mask, here's a mask, we're gonna offer them a mask. If they don't want a mask, then we're gonna have them, depending on the age group, have them go into a study hall, right? And that's where they're gonna be. We'll contact the parents. You can either come get them, or, and that's what we hope to do. So that's our plan right now, at this point. We know that's not what you want to hear for that.
But are you penalized if the kids don't comply? Like, kind of like the grocery store thing, like where people, could be asked to wear a mask, if they didn't get the police there to take them out and get $1,000 fine. Like,
right, if we don't do anything, if we just ignore it, then we can be liable. Okay, because I think we all.
They're little kids. How can you?
What's that?
To what extent are you liable? Like,
if we're liable, let's say.
Are they going to just get rid of the entire district because a couple kids came to school with no masks? I mean, you guys are all going to lose your jobs.
They can go after they can go after the administrators.
They can go after our
But
licenses.
if you support your page that we have this policy, we told them to wear a mask and they didn't. How is that your fault?
You're not gonna physically put a mask on.
Well, no.
Right. So
No, that's what I mean, like,
if the
how are
child
you
completely
in trouble?
disrespects.
But then they can't stay.
They can't
without a
stay.
mask
They can't stay on the
because they're around other kids. And
Okay.
so what the attorney was saying is that you could have some kind of liability. Hopefully, nothing would happen. But if I get Randy sick because I refuse to wear the mask, he can, people can sue. People can sue the district.
Right?
But people can sue the district. That's the attorney's thing. That's our liability.
5 years from now, you're gonna look back on this moment right now. You are. This is your opportunity right now to make a difference. And maybe you could lose your position on the board in the Coxsackie-Athens school.
But it's not
You
just
don't seem to
that.
care. I'm not sure you're scanning.
It's not just that,
Hold
though.
on.
Say it.
And maybe
Because
we can have
that-
a little bit more insurance, and I'm willing to pay. I already paid $10,000 a year in school taxes.
Utica
I'll pay a little bit
National,
more if I have to.
Utica National will drop us.
Huh?
Nobody else will pick us up.
But that's
Then there's
okay.
no insurance.
That's okay.
No.
Maybe we need to stand up. At one point, somebody needs to stand up in this country and tell them to shut
What I
up.
don't understand is what happens if there's an injury due to a child being masked and playing a sport in gym?
Well, there's always
That one. and
liability,
number two,
but this is
if
particular.
If Hochul's mandate was unlawful to begin with, how can there be a stay on?
And that's the other thing. We can't do anything about the governor. Have you written to the governor? Have you called the governor?
I was talking to Chris Day 2 days ago, and Chris Day is trying.
Yeah,
We're doing
that's
we
what.
can do. And I'm coming here to you guys to push.
Well, we're sending a
We
letter
have to
too.
push back.
We are.
Districts get together and just say.
We are sending a
What
letter.
if we shut down the busing tomorrow
Are
morning?
they gonna?
It's not
if
us.
we are taking a
No, what if we
step
shut down the
the
busing
education
tomorrow
system
morning?
that's
It's
all
not-
Then what happens?
It's a larger issue. It's in Albany.
And I think we have to,
Constantly hear about it.
I think we also have to be.
Differentiate yourself from every other district around.
How are we
And
gonna
we
bring
did
people
that.
in?
Opportunity to differentiate yourself.
We did that. We were the only school that stayed fully in last
You
year.
did great.
You were amazing. Amazing.
You can sit there and say
You
that
stood out.
this district.
JD, you getting that on?
Their students and their
Yes.
parents above everybody else.
Yes.
I mean,
No, and I
love you as well.
I know.
In regard to.
And,
But
I
make a stand with
But,
your
but,
other
right,
schools.
but also understand.
Think about that.
I know.
Getting arrested and change the world. You know what I mean?
These kids cried.
You can sit here and take
that
a
was only a
chance.
portion.
But what?
That was only a portion. They come home to us every day crying. I'm not, I don't stand up here and be a miserable woman because that's how I am in general. I'm not.
And you honestly believe that being a small district in the poorest town in the state, that the state's gonna bring down the thunder on Coxsackie-Athens? You're standing.
It just puts a lot of people at risk that we don't have.
And then you just start having school out on the streets.
just puts,
Pretty soon the
puts
level
too
will be
many
nice.
people at risk. And I think the other
If
thing
you
is,
get
there are,
if you get everyone to rally together
Yeah,
for change.
but
Is
there-
that everybody in the district is willing to take that risk?
but there are,
except you?
actually, there are other people who don't want.
So let
So
them.
maybe-
Wear
Why
the
are they not
masks
here?
every day
Why are
and
they
get
not here?
vaccinated and boosted on
Well,
your
that's
time.
it.
That's
That's-
their
Make mask
choice.
optional like everywhere else. Mask is optional.
Yeah, yeah.
Want to wear a mask?
Right, there should
Or
be.
goddammit, go get another job,
Or
okay? Go work somewhere else.
Well, we're just trying to explain what,
Nurses had to quit their jobs.
we're just trying to explain why we have to go by
You know,
what
I
we're
have,
told.
you tell me how fun this is, okay?
Yeah. And this
I
is,
have a 6-year-old,
Yeah.
wearing glasses and a mask, okay? She
Right.
has to pull down the mask because the glasses fog off, and then she
all that
gets
happens to.
yelled
yeah.
at because
Well, that's like
she has
Mrs.
the
Squire
mask
saying,
down because the glasses are.
we don't want kids yelled at, so let us
I
know.
shouldn't say that because the teacher's wonderful, but
Like, this is it. We gotta.
that's why we're here because.
No one's gonna rally together and join forces, fight for what's right, so freedom is not here.
We're sending our letter, you
My
send
kids
your
need to go to
letters.
sleep so they can come to school tomorrow with their mask on. And I'll give them 10 more just in case they drop it in the snow.
We appreciate
Let's
it.
go, get out of this place. Thank you for the next one tomorrow, but just for the record, my kids will not be coming to school. I appreciate all your time and thank you all for listening and being here at 10:30. I know you have families, you know, most people have dinner, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Nobody wants this to come to this. We're just all done. Teachers have run
Oh,
things like.
believe us.
14 days,
Ours has
we're
to
going
too.
on 3 years.
We're done too.
This is the process we're still looking at until the day. It's fluid. To come to the right position.
It's just that I get that and I understand that. But it's just ridiculous because it's no different than, I'm gonna use an example, right? Businesses, masks were dropped. The people that are working behind the counter have to wear masks and be exposed to the people coming up into your face. How silly is that? I mean, let's be real here, right?
We
all
agree with you. I don't want
We
this
have-
for my kid or for me at all, but there's
Exactly.
nothing that I can do as a representative of the entire district, but we just can't, we have to
Follow
keep
the
going.
advice of our
I'm
attorney.
hoping my school district, which is super strict, we can't even be employed if we're not vaccinated, said that there's hope. And this is the first time, because my superintendent is way more strict. Every single child wears a mask all day unless you're outside. So that's a totally different situation, but I'm just saying, there's hope because we were told just last week that after February break, there is hope that kids at least don't have to be masked. Teachers may still have to be, but whatever, cross that bridge we come to it. There is hope that it's going to change. I just don't know what we can do, especially to think about putting that stress on the middle school teachers tomorrow. It's just not, it's just not fair.
Listen, I get it.
We're still.
My order has.
They're going through
I
the wake
order
tomorrow.
has, Peter.
I know, I hear it.
I don't know.
She liked her variance.
Yeah.
I get it. I do get it.
So if you get it, then you would stop disrespecting.
We're not, I'm
Our
not
position.
disrespecting anybody.
It's disrespectful. I'm sorry. I'm on this end of it and it's disrespectful.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand, I'm on this side of it. And
I'm on that side too. I'm a parent.
Yeah, Ryan, get out of here.
But let's see
I'm
where
sorry,
the
I'm
next
sorry,
session,
Ryan.
and then.
I'm going completely off topic. I want to commend the school district, the board, and I talked to Ryan Miller, and I commended him on putting on the first female wrestling tournament in the district. I think that was an outstanding move on the district's part and being the first school to take a risk and doing something like that. And I just wanted to say thank you from a person who's got wrestling interest. And I thought that looked very positive on our district. And I want to thank you.
You make it,
Thank
you're
you.
ending on a positive.
Thank
note,
you
Jen.
for saying something
You don't always have
positive.
to be against us.
No, we don't.
There's always gotta be positive.
That's right, that's right. All right, good night.
you.
Good
All
night.
right, thank you, good night.
Sorry, I muted it because we hadn't really come out of executive session.
We are unmuted right
Do
now.
we even really go
So I
ahead?
don't know before we do business, if technically we need to say we're going out of executive session. If we're gonna finish the
Okay.
agenda.
I don't think we were.
No, it was
Did we
a,
say we were going to the next?
No, I think we just ran.
we could say,
Sorry, we're
We took a
pinch hitting
recess,
for our
actually.
district clerk tonight,
so we're back
We're
in.
not
Oh, so
up
that-
we're not up on our,
Lingo.
Yeah, we took a recess, so now we're out of recess, an hour-long recess. So we need a reading on. Let's see. So a motion to approve superintendent's recommendations on policy. It's first, final reading of 2 social media and printed materials, and second reading of policies.
We are skipping B, right?
B.
Yes.
The calendar. We're moving.
Oh, no. B is
Well,
this year.
What? Oh, wait a minute, sorry.
Yeah, I had hoped to do that in public, so we could say that we're doing something. intentionally nice. Oh, okay, well, we're doing something intentionally nice for the teachers.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, so that would be B, and then including C. And we'll stop there. C, 1, 2, 3, A and B. Motion to consent. To approve.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes. I know we talked about, I know it's late, I don't
Go
care
on.
though. Too bad, still have to talk about this stuff. I gotta stay up till 12:30 anyway, so let's go.
We'll all be up
No,
to.
just kidding. I know we talked about April 15th, giving it to the teachers, but I didn't know that we talked about switching it with a different day.
The case for the teachers, you explain this to us. Randy.
15th is gonna be a vacation day.
And
And
then,
then you'd ask, then we just make the Friday, that's the Friday before Memorial Day become a time.
but nobody
But
comes
for
in.
what purpose? I guess is my confusion.
Does anybody come in? It's not really a conference day.
The kids were scheduled to come in.
The Friday after Memorial
Oh,
Before.
It's before.
Right now, that's.
It's a school
regular
day.
school.
Day? Okay, so then it'd be a conference day and the kids don't come in.
Kids would not.
Do administrators come in that day or just teachers?
So aides, assistants, teachers, administration, everyone but students would be required to be here that day,
The 27th.
the 27th. I'm asking to make sure that it wouldn't be the teachers that were singled out, because we're looking at giving them something for doing,
I thought that's the 15th.
I know, but
Yeah,
I'm
but-
making sure we're not replacing it with something else.
Well, they'd be there 27th anyway.
But that's what I'm asking.
But now
Was
they-
the 27th always a good day for a
It was
conference?
a regular day.
It was a
right?
school day.
Yeah, 27th.
I'm just
Okay.
looking for clarification to make sure it's all staff, not just teachers.
Right, that was my question too.
That's all, because I don't want them to feel like they got Good Friday, but now they're being singled out for a different day. That's my concern.
Instead of having kids, they won't have kids.
They won't have kids, but I want to make sure it's all
It's
staff
everybody.
that are here.
I think they know they're getting that extra day off. teachers.
Right.
I'm just,
That's right, that's, right.
yeah, I'm
Right,
just
so I think
making
they
sure.
realize they're gonna have one less work day.
Okay, but the students are now off on the 27th. That they, May 27th, that they originally had school, but now they'll have off, but administrators and all teaching staff and faculty will
All
be here.
employees.
Okay,
And the 15th, are we just giving, who is supposed to be here on the 15th?
Just teachers.
Okay, so you guys already had off. Aides and assistants, well, that's what I'm at, like.
Yeah, right, yeah, so we would.
Aides are-
I just said we don't have it, but the administrators, yes.
Yeah.
The administrators bargaining unit.
But are we giving it to everyone off, or are we only giving it to teachers off? This is why-
Everybody already had it off, so let's just say we weren't gonna do anything. On April 15th, some teachers would have been here, because most of them had already badged out.
Okay.
But aides and assistants, it's a vacation day in their contract, already clerical, custodial, administration, everybody else.
Then technically, they're not getting anything. Aides and assistants aren't getting anything extra.
At the
It's the
moment.
teachers. Because they had the day off already.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Clarifying questions.
That is correct.
Sounds like it.
So we talked about maybe not everybody had to be here on the 27th to make it even up, but. But if it's the board's intent just to give the teachers an extra day off, you want to give everybody.
We wanted to give the entire staff.
Okay.
Everybody's been working through COVID. You guys have been working through
Right, so-
COVID
so-
just as much as the teachers, just
Right.
as much as the custodians, right? Or is that just me?
No, you're right.
Or please help me out here.
If we have enough days to equal 180, we
I don't
also
think
give
I
them May
want you to
27th.
come to think of it.
I know they're
That's not,
conference.
well, wait, the conference day,
I haven't had.
so if we can, parents already know. Their kids are, you know what I'm
But
saying?
can we make it like a fun conference day and not like we have to do this and.
Right, and they just have time.
Sorry, Carrie, I'm doing it.
It's so hurtful.
Yes,
Well, I'm saying though, like,
know.
we've done ones where it's wellness and this stuff and to work on them being.
Hey, I'll
You know what I
bring
mean?
this ding-a-ling
I
any
can make
day of the week.
cupcakes or something, but I'm saying like,
Have
can
a
we
fun
do
day for
something that's not, oh my God, we have to
No,
come in.
right, no, it's not gonna be,
do-
no, it's not gonna be
Okay.
sit and get for.
Okay.
No, and probably I'd say what we do is, because for the 15, Randy had already sent something out to say that your choices were, if you wanted to badge out, you could badge out, but if you were coming in, it was your own time to plan in your room. So there wasn't any, like an organized thing that was going on the 15th, so if we move that same concept, but then we could have some fun, maybe a breakfast, maybe
It's been a long couple of years.
I always eat food at any point in time, that's what it looks like.
So they can come in but not do any work on May 27th.
Well, it's personal planning, time, so they'll be working, but not, yeah.
But not planned, like you guys have to take this.
Yeah, unless we might also, do something like, if
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're interested, in volunteering.
Okay, good, that's.
I'm down for that.
So then are we saying, so on the 27th, there's the teachers, because we're gonna give that to everybody else off, so that everybody gets a day. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Just kind of like, no?
Oh.
Hot item on TV.
DVR, I think.
Do we have a conclusion on it?
Are we good?
On that one?
Are we
If not, we'll table it and bring it up another time.
15th, nobody's here,
Right.
27th.
Can we revisit the 27th part? Would that be better for you?
What's that?
Can we revisit the May 27th part? Would that be better and just do
Well,
the
if,
15th right now?
if we come to a consensus on that, I'm ready to move on. If we don't have consensus, we gotta table it and move on to other matters.
Randy, what were you just about to say about the 27th?
Well, we were back and forth, honestly trying to figure out what the goal is. I mean, we want everybody to have a day off, but so is the board okay with everybody being in the 27th, or do you feel the aides and assistants and clerical should have that day off?
I'm gonna go ahead, whatever you want to recommend, I'm in favor.
And
Whoever
I,
is
Trust
here,
trust the administrators to make the right decision.
yes, but whoever is here needs to not be like, they need to have.
Well, it does make sense that way, when you beat this dead horse, but then at least the aides and assistants get a day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they don't get anything.
Right.
Because they already had that other.
And then what if people already badged out for the 17th, because then, or the 15th? Because
That'll
they,
just rotate.
well, if
They
they
don't
badged out,
use-
can they
If they
take the 27th off?
Yes.
They could either use it for the 27th, or we give them the option if they want to come in on the 27th, because there'll be food and it'll be super fun. Tara's gonna come.
I'll help.
They don't lose.
And
Okay.
they can change their mind and
Okay.
decide not to badge out.
Because we also, for the teachers, in the past, we have the two calendars, so there's two conference days for Labor Day. Like the first day is all the stuff you gotta do. And the second day is always been a day. for them to on their own, get ready, and well, them to badge out that. Not a lot, take up on that or something.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so carried. I need a motion to approve the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then,
We gotta save the addendum for last.
okay, 4, 5, 6. Any discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so carried. And the addendum. Be it resolved. We'll approve a girls wrestling at the to begin.
You gotta read
So
that
the
nice
girls
and loud.
team,
Nice and loud, so everyone at home can hear it's an addendum.
all right. Vote to approve a recommendation of the superintendent to approve girls wrestling as an interscholastic athletic sport to begin in 2022-2023 NISPAS winter sports season.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So-
You might need to get
Okay.
my cannon to volunteer more. He loves helping.
Wow.
Seriously.
Any public input?
You're a real
Tom,
jokester,
Tom.
Mr.
They're gonna
Donahue.
come back.
Okay, round the table. Anybody want to say anything?
Gosh, no.
I do, but I.
I do too. Listen, I feel you go. That's how I feel. You go.
I just want to commend all of our staff, especially the staff in the high school and the middle school. This year has been trying in many ways, but this week has been unimaginable, and the kids just feel the outpouring love from the staff, and I appreciate that. I know kids that have been very hurt this week, and they feel that support from the school, and it makes me feel like, they are loved, and they know that. And that's it.
Sorry, I was gonna piggyback that and just say it's an incredible loss, and the way that everybody has bound together for that purpose to support each other has been really commendable, and I can't imagine losing a colleague, because I know that I've been blessed enough to be in my building for 17 straight years, and I can't imagine losing someone because they're family. And so my heart goes out to everybody in the district for real.
Terrible loss.
I agree with you. Just, so I was here Tuesday just to see, it's too bad people couldn't see just how kids were taken care of and staff were taking care of each other that day. It's pretty amazing to see. I mean, some kids, were crying, or they'd be in the rooms, and I mean, there were people that were here that were in another room that they could go to if they wanted to, but most of them wanted to be with the staff.
Yeah.
Or with each other and just like be in little groups and talk and that, or walk through the halls and hug people and stuff. It's too bad people couldn't see that. And now I feel bad. I think we've shell shocked the whole administrative team. And it just wiped away all the good. Freya thought she got served. I don't know. She said, but I looked at the papers. Well, I looked at the papers. There was. Turn that off.